Okie dokie. We should be live. Hopefully the audio is capturing properly and all that fun jazz. We'll find out if it is. Now today, I was hoping to have a super high energy stream, but just a warning, I have a bit of a headache, so it's kind of like leading into maybe a migraine situation. So we'll see where that kind of goes. But for now, we are going to be playing Fate because I got a press key for it. This is the embargo dropped 1 hour ago. I don't know if people were streaming before that. They shouldn't be, but you know, that's how things work. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be surprised if there were reviews that broke embargo as well. So one thing that we run across a lot is gonna be a little bit of a rant. One thing I run across a lot whenever I'm doing reviews and stuff like that, because I will go look after I've published mine to see how other people did their reviews, and if there's an embargo, there's a lot of people that break it. And I know that there's usually not repercussions for it, but good way to get blacklisted. And yes, I know I can get knocked off of lists because I don't always do positive, happy, cheery reviews either. So that can knock me off of lists, but I'd rather get knocked off for being, you know, honest about my opinions on things rather than knocked off because, oh, you didn't follow the rules of the review. But either way, we're here with Fate. I'm not going to drag the whole thing down with discussions of that because we have 4 games in one. They're all remastered, sort of. I think it feels like they did more work than just putting a slap of paint on it. So, because in the first game, you now have access to, I don't remember the first one actually having access to all the different races or subspecies or whatever you want to call the person. But I could be wrong. But I did, as you can tell, there is a character here. And they are just level 1. I just wanted to make sure the game ran smoothly. And we are going to go ahead and jump in on it. I will probably, not necessarily today, but I will probably do a full playthrough of all 4. It's been a couple years since I did the review of the original Fate, before this was ever announced. So you can go watch that over on the main channel. But I'm going to eat myself a pickle real quick, because that helps me with headaches. I don't know why. Probably some potassium thing. I don't know. But that's what we're doing today. I might go take some ibuprofen whenever we take a break. But I do at least want to cover some of this. If there's interest in it, and you guys mention it, I can hop over to these for a little bit. In fact, we could just make a character in all 4 of them real quick. Let's actually do that. Let's make a character in each of them real quick. We're going to do new game. We're going to do adventurer. We're going to accept that. We're doing normal difficulty because that's what normal difficulty is. It's supposed to be what the designers intended it to be played on. So you can guess what we're doing. Playing it how they intended it. Now, there are higher difficulties. They're going to be more challenging and all that stuff. I'm doing okay-ish, Mocha. How are you doing today? I was hoping to be all spiffy and happy today, and I didn't sleep well, so it gives me a headache. But we have access to 4 races on this one. Yeah, they do call it races in here. You have the Shadow Elf, you have the Half-Orc, the Cogger, and the Imp. So the one you already saw was the Imp. There's not a lot of variety. There's 2 body types. Masculine presenting, feminine presenting. Hairstyle. You can go through a few on each of them. I haven't looked at all the ones for this one. I looked through the Cogger and the Imp while testing if this actually ran properly. So hairstyle. Oh, we can be an elf with a fro. Well, that's interesting. I think we'll do a different race on each of them, though. So maybe like human on the first game. Oh, you're on a mini vacation? Nice. I love days off. Well, when I worked retail, I did. For this kind of stuff, days off for me are usually just days I spend writing scripts or doing editing, stuff like that. So I don't really get a day off. I might take a week off here or there in the future. We'll see. Depends on how things go. Got to keep up to the grind, unfortunately. Which one of these looks most interesting to me? I think we'll start with the demons, kind of like I did with that original one. So we can go with a few options here. We'll go like that. Get off some variety going on here. Just seeing what all we have. We can be a cliche devil. Sure, let's be cliche devil. No spaces. The plan is to sleep the whole time. I will be sleeping hard after this. But we're going to go ahead and accept that. We do get a choice on pets. I know for a fact this guy wasn't in the original, as far as what you could start with. But we should probably choose different pets depending on which one we are. Let's see. I will go with... You'll go insect drone. Why not? Mechanical bee with a poisonous stinger. A drone can defeat enemies with ease. Yeah, we'll go with that. And his name will be... Roach. Sure, why not?
Since oldest living memory, the dungeon gate has stood in the heart of the old wood. Its doorway leads to infinite possibility, to subterranean lands fabled in stories and myths. Many adventurers have passed over that ancient threshold, some to find fame, glory, and wealth beyond telling, and others never to return. The town of Grove has ever been the safe haven at the dungeon's mouth, a watering hole and resting place for weary adventurers. Here, great tales are told by the inn's fire, journeys are planned, and legacies are made. The minstrels sing of the great feats of heroes long gone, and statues ring the square, a testament to their deeds. After traveling many hard and dusty days, you and your faithful companion arrive at last in the fabled forest town, which waits beneath the long shadow of the gate. Within these walls lies the path to infinite adventure. It is here that you will test your worth, and perhaps find fortune and glory along the way. It is here that you will determine your fate.
Tales tell of a great roach warlord, whose name is spoken in whispers. Ken. For centuries, it has waited in the... Its name is just Ken. That's random, by the way. And yeah, after 13 to 14-hour shifts every 2 weeks for the last 3 months, you need it. Yeah. Overworking yourself is not healthy for you. I say as I've pulled 16-hour days. And I can verify, after the fact, it's not good for you. You must destroy it once and for all and rid the world of its evil influence. It is your fate, adventurer. Will you meet it? I think all of them start in kind of a similar thing. And we'll get tips and stuff like that. Oh, that's going to get irritating on the noise. But starting out, we can actually learn Fireball.
You've learned a new spell.
It's going to be our right click for quite a while, oddly enough. We'll go ahead and toss those on the bar. As we can. And yeah, that's our first character. We'll make a character in each of them. Save and exit. With that one, we'll make one in Undiscovered Realms so we can enjoy the different music on each of them. Why do I have continue game available on this one? This one is going to be Adventurer as well. What factions do we have? Same ones as before. So we'll go with Cog on this one. What faces do we have? Oh, we've got a metal beard, which is fine by me. There we go. We can be baldy if we want to. Nah, we'll go with... We'll go with the afro. Well, I'm not sure if that would be considered an afro now that I think about it. The headpiece. The tall hair. Tall hair. That is your name. Pet-wise, yeah, it's the same list of pets as before. So you get Phoenix. Ash. Ketchup.
Battle-worn and weary, you emerge from the dungeon depths, triumphant. Your heroic courage has won freedom for the town of Grove, prying its people from the clutches of the dungeon's manxome scourge. As you feast upon the generous bounty brought forth by the grateful townsfolk, the appearance of a mysterious stranger casts a shadow across the festivities. The stranger, a withered old man, hunched over his gnarled cane, speaks cryptically of new evil to befall Grove, of ancient secrets locked within a temple buried deep inside the dungeon's catacombs, of gateways to undiscovered realms. He weaves enchanting tales of the wealth and glory to be found in these mysterious realms. Druantia, the land of verdant forests. Typhon, with cities of ice long since fallen from the clouds. Aquitus, where murky waters entomb lost souls. And Prometheus, a world of cracked earth and flaming towers. Finally, he speaks of chaos, the realm of eternal turmoil. Of the temple's secrets, he divulges only the greatest. Hidden within is an ancient tome, the Book of Fate, which maintains the balance between these realms. Within its pages lies the key to Grove's salvation. The townsfolk look to you, their new champion, to take up this perilous quest and guide the stranger through the dungeon in search of the ancient temple. You must protect the town from these foreboding prophecies. You must once again step boldly across the threshold of that ancient dungeon gate in search of your true fate. The stranger leads you into the bowels of the dungeon, through endless passages and twisting corridors. He cowers in the shadows while you dispatch denizens of the dark, clearing the way for your urgent quest. At long last, the stranger calls for you to halt. Great foreboding fills your heart as he intones a guttural chant. Glowing light fills his eyes, while his body thrashes and gesticulates wildly in an eldritch trance. This is no mere old man. The chamber shudders, great cracks forming in the moldy dungeon walls. Amid a cloud of dust, rubble, and fetid fumes, turrets and statues of lost heroes thrust violently into the chamber. With a final heave, the chaos reveals the cyclopean gates of a hidden temple as described by the stranger. "Behold," he mutters breathlessly, "the Temple of Fate." The temple walls are lined with majestic statues of the fabled guardian gatekeepers of the realms. In the center of the room, an altar glows incandescently, bearing the mighty volume, the Book of Fate. Staring intently at each page, you search for the answers to Grove's deliverance. But the arcane text reveals something more ominous. This book holds powers beyond those the stranger's tales led you to believe. Locked within its covers lies the key to the undiscovered realms, protecting them from evil forces that would bring corruption and devastation. You realize now that by uncovering this temple, you have committed a grave error. "At last, I will rule the realms," you hear the stranger cackle before blackness engulfs you, following a mighty, crackling, concussive blast. Treachery. You find yourself alone, lying prostrate on the cold temple floor. The fabled book is missing. All that remains are two whirling portals torn open by the stranger's fell magic. Gateways to realms unseen for countless eons are open in front of you. A lush green glow emits from one, no doubt leading to the long-lost forest realm of Druantia. Witheringly cold gales waft from the other. Surely this is the path to Typhon and its mysterious snowy ruins. The temple's guardian statues glare disdainfully down at you. What evil have you foolishly released upon these noble creatures' domain? You now know what must be done. Rise up as a hero and step forth into the undiscovered realms. Defeat the great evil you have unleashed and bring back the Book of Fate.
Okay, so yeah, this is the start of this one. You can switch between the weapon swaps with Quick Swap. Wow. And that's the statue of Typhon hero, statue of Drwanta hero. And yeah, there's a lot of things we can do with this. But, as usual, save and exit. We're going to check out the intro to all 4 of these.
Choose your fate.
But see, you can go into any one of these and play through them. Generally speaking, there is a little bit of story overlap between them. It's not important to the game in general. This is very much a go into the depths and loot crap kind of game. So that is the focus of it. The story generally takes a backseat because it's very much focused much more on the procedural generation than even Diablo was back in the day. So keep that in mind. And Trader's Soul. New game, adventure, accept. We will go with the Shadow Elf on this one, just to mix it up a little bit. We'll go with the femme presenting one, just because probably better hairstyles. Although, oh, actually that one looks kind of cool. I like that. And yeah, pointy ears, sure. We will name you Pointy. We'll go with probably the fox because that matches. What does it say? Accept.
Your armor clatters on stone as you sit on the temple floor, tired but exhilarated at your fresh victory. Under the grime and soot that coats your skin and armor, few would recognize the youth who set off in search of adventure through the dungeon gate. Truly, you could no longer be called a youth, not after your time venturing into the darkness. Your steel gaze speaks to the darkness that has followed you back.
Well, that was a short one.
And so, when the traveler arrives, speaking of a test within the Temple of Fate, available to only the most dedicated of champions, you stand, confident that whatever spoils lie beyond the swirling portal will soon be yours. You are the hero of Grove, the guardian of fate. Evil trembles at your very step. It does not occur to you to question the motives of the snake-haired traveler, weaving tales of a chamber of trials in which to prove your mettle. It is only natural that such a test would come to one as accomplished as you. So it is with confidence that you step forward, ready to face the challenges ahead.
These are a lot shorter than the other ones.
You are not the only traveler drawn to the beckoning void of the portal. You are joined at the Nethergate by 3 strangers, an orcish warrior seeking to claim his warrior heritage, an envoy from the ornate fortresses of the Shadow Elves, hungry for the powers of the arcane, and a cogger engineer, red-faced from the volcanic forges, hunting for remnants of the lost sciences. The portal is dark, reflective, and as you approach, the chill breeze issuing forth gives you pause. Your actions are mirrored by the image on the other side, but the eyes have a malice you have known only in the heat of battle, a cruel stare you recognize, but have resisted at every turn. Your companions, too, see the shadows that lie beyond. They have their own threats to face, their inner savagery, fiercest greed, and deepest obsession. You advance through the portal together, though you must face the shadows alone. What lies beyond is no common threat, no clear villain. The darkness you face is your own.
Okay, so this It's very loud. Okay, so this area's music for some reason is ungodly loud compared to the rest of the game. I will need to remember that. The audio balancing for Fate.
Choose your fate.
For the Traitor's Soul is off. And finally, the Cursed King, and then we'll actually start in on the original Fate. And we'll just work our way through these. We might do it in between other games as well. And yeah, this one's got audio balancing issues too. So we'll actually just go not human ever. And hairstyle-wise on this one, sure, we'll just go with the default. Although I don't like that face. Ooh, that one's not bad. We'll go with that one. And we'll go with the fish guy.
There is a crumbling well near the edge of town where traveling merchants make their camps. As a child, you sat among them, enthralled by their songs and stories of noble heroes from faraway lands. These tales of great warriors and still greater deeds filled your heart with fire, and after every story, you resolved that the champion of Grove would someday hear tales about you. Now, eager for adventure and the chance to hone your skills, you have strayed far from the safety of city walls. Seeking shade and cool water, you spot a narrow opening in the rock face, where a recent tremor has exposed a small cave. Upon entering the gloom, a faint glimmer draws you deeper down the passage. Your eyes adjust to reveal a very large old chest. There are glyphs upon the side, but you cannot make them out. Curious, you push against the heavy lid. At a hand's width open, the skin on your arms prickles in warning, but only when the lid crashes to the ground do you realize the gravity of your mistake. You have unsealed a tomb. A pale green vapor billows up to engulf you, and within seconds, the mists coalesce into a familiar shape. Once a man, perhaps, now twisted and evil beyond your imagining. Stories of heroes are never without villains, but the evil of Takala is described only in whispers. A necromantic priest, power-hungry and cruel, he was executed by the king when his treachery was discovered. The spirit does not speak, but a single thought fills the void: vengeance. Then, with little more than a low rumbling groan, Takala is gone. Recovering your senses, you race from the cave. You must warn the town. You must warn the king. Moments later, a deafening explosion rips through the air. Your home, the once proud, beautiful city of Ekbatan, lies in ruins. Enormous black rocks, disgorged from the earth, have smashed through walls and set fire to shops. Shining white columns have snapped like fresh reeds, their golden caps crushed against the rubble. The air is thick with dust and smoke, and worse still, it vibrates with a strange sighing buzz. Locusts, horrible and devouring. The focus of Takala's wrath must be the king. Find him and his advisors, and you will find a way to right this wrong. You must stop Takala and break the curse. For the hero of Ekbatan, there is no other fate.
At least this one's going to probably have a different starting area. Okay, so it looks like the only one that has like in-game audio balancing issues is going to be the third game. Although I probably do need to just turn it down overall. So we'll go ahead and drop that down just a little bit on each front so that it's not overwhelmingly loud. I'll keep the voice volume relatively up there so it's able to just be passed through. Okay, so now that we've made a character in each one,
Choose your fate.
we get to choose which one we want to start on. We're going to start on basic fate and work our way through. Will I beat this today? Probably not. I have never speedran Fate, and I'm not a huge fan of speedrunning Diablo 2 either, even though a lot of you know me for that, for playing Diablo 2 and doing guides on it. I'm not a huge fan of speedrunning it because I don't like RNG in speedrunning. I know, that's weird. I prefer more rigid speedrunning. Things like... A lot of Metroidvanias are good for speedrunning. But anyway, continue game. We're going to go... Which one did we just do? I think it was Cliché Devil the Unknown. We're going to click this one and delete it so we don't get them mixed up. But let's go ahead and continue game. We made our character. We did the introduction for it. And rage attack will require lots of stamina and a bit of mana. Okay. Well, we're not using that anyway. And if I remember correctly... Not you.
Come closer. I might be able to cut your deal.
We could get a fishing pole. They're kind of expensive, but we could get that. Could get other openers. Could get some little... that one's too expensive. A lot of these are just going to be too pricey for our blood. But I do think I actually would rather have an identify scroll just in case. But I will consider it for maybe a little bit later. Let's see how loud things are going to be. Sound effect volume. Let's go ahead and turn that down a little bit more. One thing that this game does that is going to probably get a little bit on my nerves is that the sound effects are kind of crunchy. So they will tend to catch you a little bit. Bat named Oswald and rats stole a long shot and taken it to level 1 of the town of Grove. Defeat the rabble! Okay, yeah, I'll gladly take that.
Received a task.
We'll go with Baragor.
Welcome, friend.
Level
You
3.
have received a task.
Now we want to see if we have other level 1 tasks.
Hello.
That's a level 2. Don't have any quests there. None there. These will unlock... You'll get more quests as you get further in. Don't worry. Grove is just where you come for quests. Ragged Blinder, you'd be kind enough to get back from me. I'll pay you for your trouble. That's 2nd level. We can only carry 3 quests at a time, by the way. So it looks like we've got a 1st level... And we're probably going to end up with a 2nd level and a 3rd level one. Oh! A 2nd level one? Yes,
We have
please.
received a quest.
Okay, so we need to clear out the level 1 quests. I probably shouldn't have taken the level 3 quests. Just saying. Probably would have been wise. Storage trunk, completely empty, as you guys can tell. You can do lineages in these games. That is where you, basically, your character inherits from your old character and you just go through again. It's a new game plus. Not quite nightmare difficulty. And tell me if the audio gets off a little bit. I'm actually turning the sound down for me. It shouldn't change anything for you. But it's mostly just because, like I said, bit of a headache. So we're just going to be enjoying ourselves. And trying not to get beat up by a bunch of enemies down here. Hi, guy. Thankfully, we should be able to one-shot a lot of stuff with our little javelin speary thingy, our trident. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. So floor 1 is not going to be a huge problem for us. Ooh, that was actually a decent amount of money. But for the most part, this should be a fairly chill playthrough. I remember it getting a little challenging as we got super deep in whenever I was prepping for the other review. I did not upload video of that, unfortunately, but that was just because, guess what?
The quest is completed.
That was back before I was doing the experiment of actually having the entire gameplay available, so you guys could kind of see where I was coming from. We got 2 quests done. Go ahead and beat up these guys. Because I think, nope, this is not a dead end. So we will find our way back up and turn in those 2 quests. I think it's J, yeah. We can go turn those 2 in and get some more quests. But it looks like the ones after this are gonna be level 2s. Oh, that's not where we want to go. Hi, big boss. I will deal with you in a minute. So let's get the hell out of Dodge. We're actually getting decent XP on all this. And our little ally is killing off things that are following us, by the way. He's very aggro. But yeah, it's determined whenever you create the game who the final boss is going to be, how far down they are, etc., etc. So we should have... There's one. Here's your reward. Drake Amulet of Seasons received.
You have been granted new skills.
We even level up from that. Okay, what do we actually want to dump points into is the question. That's going to be one we turn in. This amulet, however, we get to keep. Stats and skills. Got 6 points to spend in these. I think this is a spear. We could actually just stick with spears. Could do dual wielding as well. I think we do want some healing as well. You know what, since we start with spear stuff, why don't we continue dumping into it? There we go, level 10 there, and then we will have... Trying to remember which one boosts the healing. We'll just go spear for now. Attack rating, likelihood will strike, there's the damage we deal. You know what? We're going to go physical on this one. I did a lot of magic on my first run of the original, so might as well go something slightly different here. So we'll go with like 5 there. Kind of keep it even between strength and dexterity just to kind of focus on our damage. The other level 1... Yeah, you're a level 2 guy, so we'll go ahead and take that.
You have received a task.
We have a lot of level 2 quests, unfortunately. So I don't think we'll be able to take all of them before going down to level 2. No, you have a level 3. Is yours a level 1? I know we saw a unique spider down there. There's another guy up here somewhere. He wanders. He doesn't wander bot, he just wanders. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yes, I make that joke. You have a level... No, you're Gavito. You have a level 3. Could have sworn...
Hello?
That's a level 2. We might go ahead and take that one. I don't know where the other guy over here went. Because there's usually a character that wanders just up north of here. Bremen's our main quest giver. We can't really do anything with that until we actually beat the quest.
A fine day.
So I'll go ahead and take another
You
level
have
2.
received a task.
So we've got a couple on level 2. We've turned in 2 quests. Got ourselves a belt. Movement speed, damage dealt, magic defense. Requires 32 strength. Well, we're not getting that right now. We'll level up to it. And yeah, you need strength to equip certain pieces of gear, all that fun stuff. Usual aRPG nonsense. And yes, we are going to keep getting tips. Okay, map-wise, I don't know if we can actually... No, tab is that. For some reason, I seem to remember there being a larger overhead map, but I guess not. We got plenty of gold to buy better gear if we need it as well. So we've got, I think, the giant spiders right there, yeah.
You have gained in experience and skill.
Oh, we leveled up again. Cool. Inventory. So stats, we'll get that strength up for the belt. We only have 2 points to mess with in here. We're going to go 2 more into spear. I forget if there's like a hard cutoff on max on these, but hey, the more we can do, the better. Yeah, we need to kind of systematically clear out these, because as you can tell from the map, they get a little bit convoluted. We could do follow the left wall method. That would work as well. But that's just kind of how these things go. And this game, for those of you that are wondering, unlike Diablo, I know a lot of people have this as one of their nostalgia games, one of their fond childhood memories on Wild Tangent. This actually was included on a lot of PCs not too many years after it was released. But it's not one of those games for me. It's one of those games that I played after it stopped being available for free on various platforms. Ooh, we got an earring off of this. That is... These don't do anything for us right now, but we'll go ahead and go with like the sterling hearts. Why not? That's the path down. We don't want to take that just yet. That is to the next quest. But for now, we want to kind of clear out this floor. I think that's an empty chest. Have we been through here before? I don't think we have. You have an enemy. Okay, I'm going to go down this way first. Yeah, the general goal is... And no, I won't be bothering fishing. It's a good way to get stuff, but I don't remember the mechanic of it, and I will just straight up embarrass myself if I try and do it, because I did actually try it off camera, and for some reason I failed every single time I went fishing, so I'm definitely missing something. I'll probably have to look up the tutorial on it. Maybe we'll do it further down in. You know, when things can actually drop decent stuff. But that's a fishing spot. You must have a fishing pole to go fishing. No duh. They cost 200 gold. I'm going to waste 200 gold on that, but supposedly they are one of the best ways to get gear. For anyone really curious about it. This is just a massive floor. Wow, and we missed you. That's unfortunate. And no, you can't destroy the ones that don't have name tags over them. You can only destroy the ones that do. And yes, we do have ranged options. I'm just not using them. Kind of wish I could put a bow on right click and the spell on left click and just ignore mana entirely. But we're not gonna do that. Okay, so we have... It's just up there that we need to go. This bottom section is clear. Yeah, all of this is clear. We go through here. We deal with a little bit to the left there. But one thing I do like about this, and yes, the floors are procedurally generated even to their style, in case you're curious. This aesthetic, you're not guaranteed to get it on your first floor. Okay, so there is something down here that wants us to kill it. Hi, guy. How you doing? Oh, it's another rat. They're worth XP, so why not? How is our XP looking? It's a few thousand for a level up. Towards the end, we're not going to be seeing level ups near as often as we see them now. At least if they kept the level curves the same.
You are exhausted.
Oh, okay. What is the toggle for run? Is it shift? Nope. That's an ability. I don't remember what that is. Options. Controls. So space is rage. Control is toggle run. Okay. That's fine. So we can turn that on and go, or we can just walk. Run will be more handy for fighting, but if we're doing like inventory management, we might want to consider. Okay, so we need one more level up to get the belt on. We can. Let's throw that on the swap there in case we need a range that isn't magic, but should be fine with it as is. Not finding anything too crazy up here. Okay, so we have an enemy in the top left, but I think that's going to be the last of this level. It's just the one guy that's chilling up here, and I think it's going to be a rat. Why, yes, it is. There you go. And yes, we do look ridiculous with our little floppy Zelda hat. How's it going, nobody? How good is it so far? It feels basically like the original, just with a bit more polish on it. There is some audio balancing issues with the third game, but we'll just manually adjust those whenever we get there. Yeah, it looks way nicer. And it's also about 1,000,000 times easier to get running smoothly. The original was a little bit of a pain. This is your childhood game? Yeah. It's a childhood game for a lot of people who are into action RPGs. And it is basically 50% of the Diablo 2, Torchlight pedigree. Diablo was the other 50%. Because the teams that worked on them. But yeah, the Reawakened remaster so far has been pretty good. Of course, we are only on level 1. We've done the little introduction to the stories, made characters for each. Is that a better one? That is, yeah, that's better. We have 25 dexterity. But we've made the characters for each of them, and now we're just going through the quests. I'll play probably a decent amount today, provided my headache just stays subdued for the most part. And then we'll cover it in more detail after I finish Pillars of Eternity 2. Yeah, this game is cathartic. It came with the Wild Tangent bundle on a lot of Windows installs. So it was one of the, oh, hi, how you doing? Time to die. But it came with the Wild Tangent thing on a lot of Windows installs back in the day. That's one reason why it was super big nostalgia for a lot of people, like not too long after this thing released. It was within a couple years of it releasing that it came out on that. Yeah, I'm streaming on Twitch also. Excuse me. Yeah, I stream on both platforms. Twitch is easier for me to see the chat from because of how it does the ordering of it. But both of them, I have them right next to each other. It's just one. Oh, you have... No, we're not doing fish. That transforms our little friend into other stuff. But good old Windows. Yeah. If you want to figure out my age roughly, my nostalgia on Windows installs was Minesweeper and that 3D pinball game. Thank you for the follow. But I do co-stream both on YouTube and on Twitch. The gaming streams will be to this channel on YouTube, which is Let's Play Everything. And I will do archives here. If I'm doing any game design stuff, that's mostly going to be on a different YouTube channel, but it'll still be on the same Twitch. Kind of convoluted, I know, but it's easier for me to set it up that way, just to be frank. Because having separate Twitch channels would be just all kinds of all over the place. And there will be a 1440p archive of this eventually. Oh, and we got to level up again. Sweet. But yeah, as far as my childhood, played a lot of Diablo 1. Had it on PS1 as well. Welcome to the Twitch side. And thank you for the follow. It helps a ton, believe it or not. It's engagement in general and just lurking and stuff on the platforms is one of the best things you can do to help any channel grow. But that's my talking shop coming out. Because I am a nerd whenever it comes to that. if you didn't know, I actually work with a lot of other creators as well. Did only strength? Yep, I'm going strength and dex. I am challenging myself not to do what I almost always do. In case you're curious, in most games like this, I play a mage. I am challenging myself not to do that, even though I know mage is actually really strong on here. But I'm basically doing a reverse Riss. Riss is another streamer that I interact with a lot, and he almost always plays melee characters. Kind of like someone I stream with called... Oh, my inventory's full. Well, dang. Well, dag nabbit. Oh, well, we do have enough magic to equip that. It's higher defense. Might as well. I will chuck this stuff. Place items here for the pet to carry. You can also have your pet blah, blah, blah. Do all that kind of stuff. I forget if this one has... Yeah, it has sell items. Can I just... Yes, shift click works. That right there is why we went strength, by the way. You only play mage? I almost always play mage. I am trying to get myself to break out of that habit, but no guarantees. I keep forgetting that there is sword in this. But I want to play some variety here. I'll probably do mage in like the second or third game. Been playing Monster Hunter World recently, and anyhow, they had a mage weapon. You'd be all over that. Yeah. I'd probably be more into Monster Hunter World if I could be more diverse. Generally, in Monster Hunter games in general, I end up playing a... Ooh, this one's slightly better. Oh, we can do dual wield, yes. But yeah, in Monster Hunter games, I usually end up with like on heavy crossbow and stuff. When you look up the game right now, it's just someone claiming it's the full game, but they're just playing a demo. This is the full game, for those of you that are curious. I should probably include that. They actually emailed me directly because my review of the original and sent me a key, and I was like, sure, I will take it. And the embargo lifts today. If they're covering the game earlier than this, they probably were messing around with stuff. Closest thing is the Bard Horn. Might learn it, but you're a hammer dude if mage is not available. Hammers are fun. I was tempted to do... I play D&D as well on Sundays. But I was tempted to play as a... Oh, our accuracy goes way down with that, I think. I might come back to that strategy. We're going to stick with one hand, see if that actually was an accuracy issue for dual wielding. I think it is. I think there might be, if we go in here and look at our stats and skills. Speed and damage of secondary weapon strikes. Oh, no, it doesn't say anything about accuracy. That's strange. Maybe it was just bad luck. Yeah, I am surprised that someone is streaming the demo claiming it's the full game. We can all get all into my pet peeves and stuff with other creators' coverage. I get along with a bunch of like really cool creators. I hang out with a bunch of really cool creators, and I will shout their praise from the rooftops. But I also, whenever I'm doing post-release stuff for my reviews,
you have completed a quest.
Whenever I do the post-release stuff for my reviews, I run across a bunch of these things where it's just like, and you are the reason why so many people have problems with reviewers. That, and there's a lot more bots nowadays that will actually rip the transcriptions of our videos and post a review usually a day or two after us using automated video editing. They'll pull various footage from us and everything. Quadruple miss. Yeah, I think it might have just been bad luck, but we'll figure it out.
Will you tempt fate?
I will always tempt fate in the game called Why is the volume messed up so badly? Sorry.
Fate has favored you.
Okay, options. I might have to just do this on the stream level, which means that the dialogue is going to be quiet, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Can I have my mouse back, please? Thank you. I will push that up to about there. Sorry for getting into the technical stuff there. It's scuff. Resume game. Tell me if the audio gets all over the place or anything, and I'll fix it. Usually, I have all of this tested beforehand, but I'm not used to the audio being kind of off. And what's weird is, while it is off on the stream, it's not that far off for me. But that might also just be my headphones actually correcting for some stuff. Because I have a very specific type of headphone for streaming, which is a mono earbud. We still have stuff to do down here, don't we? No, we've done both the quests down here. We might try out... We'll try out the spear a little bit more. Ooh, we got a big sword. Not that we're going to be able to use it because we got to go turn it in, but... I saw a red there. Get back here, rat. No, it's a brain. Man. Did I mention I like Baldur's Gate 3? I do wish there were more mind flayers in Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. But yeah. Generally speaking... Oh. I've been running too much there. I'll walk for a little bit. Generally speaking, I do try to cover the games after release unless we're doing like a Next Fest or a variety hour stream. Those I generally will label as being either a demo or make it very clear that it's a demo. I was wondering where my bot was. Of course, that is set on I believe it's a 10 or 15 minute timer. And it only does it if there's enough messages to say hi to. Okay, so I think that is everything on this floor. Yes, there's the little purchase person there. Okay, so we're going to go up. We're going to sell some stuff. Actually, no, we'll send you... Oh, no, we need to turn in the quests. Yeah. A doip. Yes, we look like a wizard. Fight me. The squid. I love that squid thing. I play around with that a lot. Coffee has the ability to remove slow effects. Oh my. Oh, and dudes have respawned. I don't remember that happening in the original. It has been, God, at least 2 years since I played it last. Let me go look. I am human. Hear me, doe. Okay, so where is that? Don't want to accidentally like broadcast something from my browser because there's songs that would get copyright strikes for sitting in there. Let's see. Go to studio. Because I think it was 2 years ago. It might have been longer. It was... Oh, 2.5 years ago, September 2022, that I reviewed this. So it would be 2.5 to 3 years ago that I actually played through it last. So that could be why I am forgetting stuff. I'm going to minimize that because it is in the way of me seeing chat. Okay, so it said there were enemies. Okay, no longer enemies here. It lied to me. And as we come up here, these are going to turn gray, aren't they? Yup. Okay. That would be why. Because they're not respawning, they're just counting as there. And we are going to run across all the bugs. That is one thing I'm good at. There's roughly 2.1 billion dungeon delving floors if you choose to go deep delving. Cool. After you beat the boss, you can keep going down. I never got beyond like 100 and something. But I know you can. Okay, more fame.
Your pet has increased in power.
Yours is level 3. Oh, our pet is stronger. Nice. So nice. Gosh golly gee willikers.
Hello.
Okay, that's level 4. That's that's a level 2.
You have received the task.
We'll see if that spawns goblins, because that's a level 2 quest, and that's the floor that we were down to. Let's see if we can get another level 3 option. That's 4th level. Don't see... Oh, you might.
A fine day.
Oh, you're level 4. Yeah, it looks like most of these are going to be 4 or 5.
A fine day.
You have
Hello?
received the quest.
Apprentice's hat. Oh, Thorn Mace of Protection. That's a one-hander. That looks gnarly. That just looks sketch.
Let me show you what I have to sell. Huh?
I do want to sell him some stuff, so we're going to come over here to our pets inventory and bring some of this out to be sold.
Well, what can I do for you?
Okay, sell that. And I forget if there's like advantage to selling it to the right person, but I'm not going to worry about that. We're streaming for fun, not to be min-maxing. You've never been able to beat the game? It does get a little challenging at different points, but generally speaking, it's just a matter of being stubborn. Really? Oh, let's go ahead. Yeah, I think we do want to get a Book of Town Portal. Can we put that on our bar? No. We eventually do want a Book of Identify as well. Chance to block, stamina bonus. I think we might end up going Spear and Shield. Gonna go Dark Souls build.
I've got deals nobody can touch.
See, that's a staff with some sockets. That'd be nice. Our strength and dexterity. That's a two-hander, though. It counts as a pole arm, though. We're going spears. We're sticking with the spears. Book of Identify, always welcome. As far as spells go, haste, lightning. We did summons on the first one as well. So maybe we could do summons in melee? Okay, +1 to rat's level per charm level skill. Duration of summoning is 1 minute. Those are tempting. We don't have enough money for all of them, but it's a start. That is an awful noise. I think I need to go check what that is. I will be right back. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. It was a garbage truck, but it's one of those ones with the arm to pick stuff up. Sounded like it was just like screaming out there. It's awful. Oh, lordy. So we can't really do anything with most of this stuff, unfortunately. Who was it that had...
I've got deals nobody.
There's the fishing rod. We'll go ahead and take that. In case we decide to go fishing. Antidote's kind of nice to have. We'll get rid of the minor potions. I will never remember to use the stamina ones, so we're getting rid of them. We'll go like so. And I'll save up for maybe one of those summon things. I forget what other... I think level 4 guy was over here.
Well met.
Or do we already have 2, 2, and 3? Okay, so we got 2 more on level 2. I do wonder what happens if there's no enemies left to do that with. I don't remember how to do fishing in this. So you'll probably... I know that you can just drop it in, but I'm just trying to remember. Is there a special timing thing I have to do with it? Or do I have to have bait? I think the stairs were here. Yes. So level 2. I want to see if there's any goblins or anything like that we can mess with. Okay, map-wise. Now there is something moving over here. Hi, guy. Oh, we're on our bow. Instead of our stabbies. Get back here, buddy. I will use the bow if I have to. There's number 3. Now to figure out where the rest of them are. Okay, so that's 4. We need to kill 5 of them, I believe. Yeah, we have 1 more, and we need to find the apprentice's hat. Is there anywhere on this floor that we haven't been? I don't think so. But better spawn the apprentice's hat, one way or another.
The quest is complete.
Ooh, an unidentified item. That looks like there might be something else over that way. Maybe we missed a path? Double checking around. Not seeing any other doors. We are almost out of stamina again, so we might as well walk. We can identify this real quick. A poison damage short sword. Absolutely useless to me. It just alerts you and you just click. Okay, so I wasn't doing it wrong. Yay. I just wasn't catching anything. Yeah, let's see if we can find this apprentice's hat somewhere.
You feel refreshed. You feel refreshed.
Yeah, he can give us a fishing pole. Does it look any better? This definitely looks better than it did before. It's still got that kind of chunky style that it had before, but it definitely looks a lot more like straightforward to read, and it runs a lot better than the other ones did on modern systems. I am not seeing an apprentice's hat anywhere. We'll give it like 1 lap of just following the wall to see if we can find it, and then I'm just going to move on to the next quest. If you follow the wall, you'll find everything. Can I start recharging? Yes. Yeah, I'm not seeing it anywhere here. Looking around to see if there's possibly a secret door or something. I don't think there is. Although we do have that weird mark on the map. That can just be a visual artifact. That happens with a lot of games with auto-generated levels. Diablo 2 has that problem as well. Diablo 1 sometimes did. Yep, I'm not seeing an apprentice's hat anywhere. Maybe it's on the next floor down. If you see me run past it, holler at me. It should just show up on the ground. But I am not seeing it. It should be highlighted kind of like the wells get highlighted. Yeah, I don't see it. We've done a lap. Check in the middle, maybe?
Exhausted.
I think it's because we took the quest after being down here. So we'll just go down and drop a town portal down here. We can take a level 4 quest next. We definitely want show items on, because I will forget to press the button, because I am playing multiple other games at the same time. Why did that use 5?
You step into the portal.
Okay, we have a quest to turn in over here. There it is. There you go, Gavito.
Your notoriety has grown.
That's 6th level. No, we don't want that. We want 4th or 3rd. We already have a 3rd that we got right at the very beginning. That's a level 4. Okay, so I think, yeah, we really do just have level 4s to go with now. So I will grab... There's Mushroom Boy. Yes.
You have received a task.
Welcome, friend.
Prize 24 strength gives us a bit better stuff than this. And we have 2 sockets on it. I always forget that I have to take off the old part to put on the new. That's just something that my brain has forgotten over the years. Okay, so that needs some more charges. So we're going to go ahead and bloop. Bloop. Those are kind of expensive for what they are. We're fine on the rest of these. Strength, 5% strength bonus would be not bad. Because we are going heavy strength and dex.
Have I got a deal?
And you have
for
gems. I'm looking for... There's minor heal. Heals caster for 20 HP, and it is defensive magic. So we do want to get some defensive magic. Group resist is for your minions. Trident of Protection is nice. We need more dexterity for it. It is a... Oh, it's normal speed. That sucks. Seeing what else we have. Magic bonus, no. Knockback would be against what we want. Seeing what all we have here. So, okay, it's not too crazy. And Tesla orbs, I think, are kind of like will-o-wisps, if I remember correctly. So let's go ahead and get ourselves a healing spell. We might find another one again,
New
but
spell has been learned.
I think we want to go ahead and put that on our right click, I think. So we'll swap over to that, and that's going to be kind of where we're at right now. Do I want to dump anything in the storage trunk? Not really. No, we don't really have that full of an inventory.
You step into the portal.
You step into the portal. I have to say, the story definitely got more detailed on the second and third games. Sell unequipped items. Nah. We can go back. It saves time to send the pet. You just have to wait a certain number of minutes based on how deep you are. It's kind of the same mechanic as in Torchlight. Hello, friend. Oh, and we still have that level 2 quest. I should have dropped that and picked up another one. We'll pick up a new level. Oh, hi. Dealt a little bit of damage to me. I think we generally just need to keep our damage up to be able to keep up with a bunch of this other stuff. Oh, and we have a level up that we got. Okay. I'm going to dump you over there. Stats and skills. We were going to level something up. Oh, yeah, defensive magic. And as far as main stats, vitality up would be kind of handy just to keep us alive because we're getting into like toe-to-toe fights. I think right now we want to get that dexterity up just so we have a better hit chance. Because right now, killing it before it can hit us is probably the most important thing. Oh, 80% piercing resist. Well. I'm glad we have Fireball.
The quest is completed.
Okay, so we got ourselves a Kopesh, which we need to identify. Black Lethargy, I think, is the quest. Yeah. And it is a pretty decent looking little belt, but it requires a lot of magic to actually equip. %9 more gold. Is it worth swapping off of that? Here, unequip you. There we go. Now you have giant sword, or we have double stabby stabs. Did we have another level 3? We did not. So we'll just clear this out. But yeah, as far as this game, my childhood with it was I played it on a friend's system, if I remember correctly. But I didn't own a system with it. So I didn't get to play it as much as a lot of people who comment on it. It is very, very cathartic, though. It is kind of designed around the same thing as... I wouldn't say like auto clickers, but it's definitely based around the idea of the dopamine farm. Of you just get a lot of really kind of interesting drops. There's a PSP game that borrowed a lot from it as well. I am forgetting the name of it for the life of me. If Riss was in here, he'd actually be able to tell me. I think he's at work right now. Because I know he was playing it recently. I think it was a couple games before he started covering Kingdoms of Amalur. Which is another game that I want to cover. There's a lot of games I want to cover. I doubt I'll ever get through all of them. There are a lot of games that I want to try out on the channel. That's one reason why I have a permanent Variety Hour thumbnail and a permanent Variety Hour stream set up. So in case I ever just get the whim.
At these prices, it's
Oh, hi, guy.
stealing.
We'll sell stuff. Goblin Ring is just for money. Oh, we actually have the Identify spell. That keeps us from having to carry this. Okay, so I will learn that.
You have learned a new spell.
I've got something
There is a town portal scroll as well, like an actual spell you can learn. I just don't remember how far in it is. You start seeing it drop.
At these prices, it's practically stealing.
Wish I could rotate that. Can you go there? Thank you. It's a mace, a staff. We do actually have a spear here. Chance to block, vitality bonus, dexterity bonus. We really, I think we might end up spear and shield. That can replace that. It is a little expensive, but I think we swap you over to second hand and go like that, so we have 2 fast spears. I don't remember if there are 2-handed spears later on, but now we look like a proper demon. But yeah. Stuff like this, where you can just kind of just do whatever you want with your build, is one of the things I like about late 90s, early 2000s designs for a lot of games. We saw it with Dungeon Siege as well, where you can play a paladin. You just do your melee stuff and you cast nature spells. You can play a summoner in it if you just go all magic but focus on the summoning stuff. Although that is a very slow way to build up your summoning skills because of how the leveling works in it. I'm a big fan of the idea of, hey, we have an archetype that we'd like you to follow, but you are free to do whatever you want, and you can still beat the game like that. Very few games can really capture that. This is one of them that did pretty good at it. Unless you want to go into the deep delves, you're generally fine kind of going with whatever you want, at least in the original. I haven't gotten far enough into the remaster to make sure that it's still that way. Could go crits as well now I think about it.
Your health is low.
Oh no, my health is low. There we go, we're healed up. I think we have a healing shrine in here somewhere as well that I've passed by. So I might use that if I get low again. That's another downside to melee though. That's just true of any game like this that doesn't have a dodge roll. Is that you are going to run into situations where you are just going to be face taking stuff if you go melee. And the fact that we keep busting open traps is not helping our situation any. Getting murdered by my own loot goblinage. And yes, pretty much everyone I know can attest that I am a loot goblin. I'm even a loot goblin in D&D. I have pilfered so many people's journals in D&D at this point that I have a small collection. Let's see. That's the stairs down. That looks a little sketchy. Do we have a fate statue? I forget what those do. Let's see what you've got.
Will you tempt fate?
As you pry the gemstones, a deep rumbling echoes from the ground. Demon Biter the Ruthless. Hello. Yeah, keep running from me. See what it does for you. He's a bow goblin. He's like, not worth it. I'm fine with there being a boss there. It gives me more XP anyway. Loot-wise, we're doing okay. Map-wise, wish I could scroll it so I could see. It looks like we've gotten everything here. I'm gonna do a lap around the edge just to make sure. Then we're gonna go back up to town. And that one's nowhere. If I miss a path, holler at me, by the way. I will 100% go check it out. I know I have no backseating on there. That is not really backseating. That is just telling me, hey, you missed something. Cool. But the only thing that I really consider backseating, and this one I probably should have turned off the no spoilers thing as well, but the only thing I really consider backseating is telling me that I need to go do something specific in a specific order to appease the gods. Yeah, it looks like we got it all. I generally will do the exact opposite if people do that. And I've had people try to game that system as well. Doesn't work. I play to enjoy the games and ultimately to review them. That's the other reason I play on normal. Because normal is the difficulty that, at least in my opinion, should be the game developer's desired experience. I know that in some cases normal is just easy mode, but I think that's mislabeling. Or sometimes they just want the game to be easy and they only throw in the harder modes just to make sure that, you know, people have something to challenge themselves with. It's ideal to buy a fishing pole. Cool. Okay, so we need to cast that. Why does that use 5? I don't know why that is using 5 on each use.
You step into the port.
That makes it almost pointless to have those. I might as well just carry the scrolls.
Well, what can I do for you?
And I am going to just carry scrolls if it's going to keep doing that. Let's sell you. Sell the stamina. We're going to keep the 1 antidote just because. I could have sworn there was a healer in here as well.
Welcome, friend.
That's a level 5. And yeah, I should have zoomed out up here way earlier. That gets me to kind of where I need to be.
Well met.
You're a level 6. Oh, that's a level 4. Yes, please.
You have received a task.
So now we have... We'll cancel that one. That's level 6.
Hello.
Yeah, so everyone just has level 6 quests now. Kind of sucks for me. I guess we'll take a level 5 then next.
Welcome, friend.
You have received the quest.
See what you have, traveler.
I've got deals nobody can touch.
No shields yet. Still no... Oh, there's a shield. I am blind. It's 6,000 for that, though. Ugh. That is unfortunate. Dual-wielding skill bonus on a shield. Game? Don't do that to me. That's mean. It's like, oh, you need 3 arms to use this. Lordy, lordy, lordy. Okay. I didn't just cast a spell at you.
Your mana is low.
Okay, back into the dungeon level 4. We eventually do need to find... Do I want to bother carrying those? I'm not going to bother carrying those just yet. Did I ever play the Fate game with the other worlds? I've played a little bit of each of the Fate games. The one that I ended up reviewing is the original. So that's the one that I'm going to be playing first on here. But we will eventually most likely go through all 4 of the games on the remaster eventually. But yeah, I've played a bit of each of them. Some of them can be a bit of a pain to get running if you're going for the OGs on Windows 10 or 11. I even had trouble getting it running on Windows 7. So do keep that in mind if you go for the OGs instead of the remaster. But if you have nostalgia for it, this will let you play that nostalgia. At least it has so far. I haven't run into any terribly game-breaking bugs, except for the audio level thing. Her sword, it has magic resist. We'll just stab it to death. We're almost at fully equipped. We just need some gloves and some earrings. Oh, and some actual rings. That's neither here nor there. And yes, I probably will end up doing some fishing. And on this floor we have destroy Kajos the cave beetle, Kajok, and the Ravenger. So we've got 2 bosses on here that we're gonna have to fight. Thankfully, our pet, fairly decent. Come at me, bros. I think this is going to be, yep. Hi, guy. You are no longer the oh. Speak, oh, not identified. Well, we do have an identification spell we can cast. %1 faster casting speed? I mean, it's better than a sharp stick in the eye. Let's see. I do wish one of my moderators was online right now. Currently, I'm not getting view botted. I'm getting spam botted over on Twitch. So it's not a huge problem. They're filtered by my filters, but in case anyone sees like a list of people being banned all of a sudden, that's just what it is. It doesn't happen on YouTube, oddly enough. It did whenever they were first rolling out live streams. And it was a bit of a pain in the butt because they were like all pornographic nonsense, which was gross, but okay. You die. And I will come in here and I'm going to just drop stuff onto you. We'll rearrange our inventory just a pinch so I can pick up stuff for selling later, because money is king.
You have gained in experience, and
We do need strength to equip better armor and stuff like that. And yes, as we start going further down, we are going to feel pain.
will you tempt fate?
Will I tempt fate? You know what? Yes, I will. After I identify this. Damage dealt bonus versus stamina bonus. Defense 10, defense 15. I think I will tempt fate with this.
Fate smiles upon you.
Ooh. And single loop. More gold from enemies. Yes, please. That is an earring, I believe. Yes. This, cheesy, is Fate. The remaster they just released. We'll be returning to Pillars of Eternity 2 tomorrow until we beat it. And then we'll be coming back to this. I don't know if I'm going to do all 4 just chained in a row. That's definitely something that is a little bit too far ahead on planning, but Okay, we've got defense magic. We've got a little bit of charm magic. I'm going to go with more spear skill. And we're going to go back to town. Yeah, it's one of the predecessors to Torchlight, if you're curious.
You enter the portal.
Looks too much. We're still at that early level stage where we are just throwing on whatever random clothes we can find. So it's just, let's find better pants.
I've got deals nobody can touch.
Two spears said no one, but it's fun. We will eventually go spear and shield. I am doing the Dark Souls build. Okay, Initiate's Cowl of Strength versus the Page Cap. That might be worth grabbing. I wouldn't mind a better damage spear. That one is definitely counting as better damage. Good dual wield. You have better high combat, but in real life, yes. Yes, you would. I concur with that one, but this is Vigia game, and there's town portal magic. Oh, we're going to have to get 23 magic just for that. Works at +2 levels deeper per charm skill level. So we're going to have to level charm to actually use that. We're buying it.
You do not have enough gold.
Oh, I don't have enough. I need 700 more. I need, what, 70 more? Can I get 70 gold from anything? No, what? Goodbye, hat. I need this. You're gonna go... Oh, have a good one, nobody. Thanks for hanging out here all morning as well. We need to go turn in this hat to you.
Your pet has increased in power.
Okay, what other one did we have? Flame Mangler, the Greater Basilisk. Let's see. I don't think we have another level 4 we can get.
Well met.
Yeah, the level of their quests keep going up. So we kind of just need to grab them whenever. But
A fine day.
that's 6th level. Yes.
You have received the quest.
Sometimes it can even add sockets. Occasionally you accidentally curse things. Oh no! Whatever will we do? I mean, most of these are just kind of garbage anyway. The only two we have any decent stats on are these two. Our belt's not bad either. How much does it cost to enchant that? 1,000 gold? No, not worth it yet. We'll do it later. Stick with the double stabbies. We're a little devil guy. I need town portal spells. Town portal is like the most important thing for me. I will be leveling up charm just so I can use that. They require famed wield. I don't remember that being a thing. But my brain could just be, I am old person forgetting things. But it wouldn't surprise me. Oh no, they drained my mana. Whatever will I do? You know all those spells I cast. I should be breaking these barrels with the bow. But I don't have a bow. I just have a big-ass sword. Do I no longer look like I am going out of my way to be like the wizard with dual spears? Nice. I'm glad that we're at least keeping up with damage so far. I might report that as a bug on the town portal thing. It shouldn't be taking 5 whenever I go to cast it. That is not a mechanic that I think has happened in any aRPG that I played. 500 to come back from the depths does not feel right either. You have anything in your inventory? Yes, you do. I'm going to go ahead and toss these over to him to potentially sell at some point. We'll keep an eye out for equips for him. For now, he is literally just accessory to murder. I don't think we actually have durability in this. No, we don't. That is probably my least favorite mechanic in most games like this, is whenever things have durability. And yes, this is coming from someone who literally wrote Diablo 2 guides for years. And had played Diablo 2 since the early stress test beta and the normal beta. I have to say, I made a few friends during that stress test beta that I kind of wish were still around. Because they were fun to hang out with. I only talked to technically 2 of them. One of them I haven't heard from in a while because he just disappeared off the face of the earth. But the other one is doing quite well, got married, and had some kids. It's amazing the difference between modern gaming friendships and old school gaming friendships. It's very strange. Because back in the day, it was a lot more normal to just encounter people you'd hang out with, and then you'd go to different games together. Now, it's generally speaking, unless you do streaming or stuff like that, it's really hard to just find people to hang out with across multiple games. Of course, it also might be the fact that I'm not as huge of a fan of doing PvP games, and a lot of games as a service either do that or they do horrible microtransactions. And yes, I say games as a service because it's hard to find online games now that aren't that or direct connect. Let's see. And I keep pressing tab to look for things on the ground because I've been playing
A trap has been sprung.
whatchamacallit? Divinity Original Sin. There we go. Or is it Alt on that one? One of the games I play, it's Alt. One of them, it's Tab. I know I can just change them, but my brain does not always work.
You have sprung a trap.
We are taking a little bit of damage
A
there.
trap has been sprung.
Okay, we're not keeping up in damage, which has me mildly concerned. We need to grab that and get it working for us.
Not enough. Your mana is low.
There we go. And that truck, I'm guessing, I'm taking a wild guess now. The trash truck that I heard ended up having mechanical issues because I'm hearing a different one now. Oh, you have piercing resist. You are a jerk. The demo was rough. How is it now since it's released? I mean, it's playing fine. Depends on what you were dealing with as far as it being rough. Because it plays pretty similar to the original game now. I have run into 1 bug so far. Well, never mind, 2 bugs. Take that back, 2 bugs. 1 bug is it not remembering my audio settings, or it not obeying the audio settings sometimes. And the other one being it uses 5 town portal scrolls to go back to town instead of 1. Other than that, it's playing pretty much like the original. Lapis ring shouldn't have anything. Yeah, no effects on it. Go ahead and get ourselves a helmet again. And I need to swap to identify. But so far, it's been playing pretty good. I would have actually done a review of this if they would have sent me the key earlier. But they literally sent me the key. I want to say it was Monday at around 11 a.m. is when I got it. And I saw it in my email around 6 p.m. that night. 6 or 7 p.m. there, give or take. And yeah, one day is not enough to go through all 4 games and review it properly. So we're streaming it instead.
Your stamina is low.
Because the embargo lifted for this just under 3 hours ago. So most of the people you probably saw covering it before that, we're going to go ahead and switch to walking, were likely either doing the demo, which is fine as long as you label it, or they were doing the horrible thing of breaching embargo. Which, yes, I know people do. And there's actually a lot of reviewers and first impression people. I lean towards them being first impression people, judging by their coverage. That, can you stop running away, bitch? Fine, we'll come back for you. But yeah, there's a lot of people who do videos like that they label as reviews. They're just first impressions, and they release them an hour before the embargo drops, and it's almost like clockwork for a lot of them, which is just an attempt to get those first views so they can beat out anybody on the list, which generally should be getting you removed from press lists. But considering they only do it to indie games, they don't have as much of a threat from it, which is mildly irritating.
Fate smiles upon you.
Fate did not smile upon you. Fate made that worse, so we're going back to just 1. Cheesehead of the Emerald Bay. Lovely. It's a Green Bay. I almost said Green Bay. Yeah, it's Green Bay, not Green Day. Jesus, my brain, it no worky. But yeah, if you have anything specific you want me to try, I can try it out on here, see if we can bug this game up. So far, I haven't ran anything egregious on just like normal play. But I do know that there are ways, usually within the first few days of a game being out, that people figure out ways to just completely bork everything up. I should probably just be swapping to the sword whenever I run across those guys.
Your insufficient mana.
Because that'll save my mana for healing. I go for slash. So one thing that this has over both Diablo 1 and 2 have it sort of with bludgeoning, but it's one thing that these have in general over them is that it actually pays attention to the weapon type. Like Diablo 1 and 2, I think probably the 1 actually does some stuff with bows versus undead, but Diablo 2 does not. We're doing okay on life. And I have enough mana to do another heal real quick. Should probably level up that defensive stuff, because that's going to increase the HP we get per cast of that. Save us on mana. Am I going to end up being a paladin? Possibly. Okay, just dumping stuff off. I'm eventually going to either send him back to sell, or I'm going to go grab myself a town portal. Exploit for fishing. You'll have to describe how to do it. We can try it in town if there
Trap has
is.
been sprung. You have sprung the trap.
Hello, tunnel crawler.
A trap has been sprung.
We're springing all the traps right now, because I am a moron. I do wish that the names of those showed through the wall. That would be a quality of life improvement. Can you not run away? That's not what I intended to do, but fine. I accidentally pressed a number instead of an F number. Should have an F key. Okay, summon spider would not be bad to use. It gives us some distractions. Let's go ahead. We'll grab probably 2 levels of charm and 2 levels of spear. Just to keep our damage up. And yes, I am leaning into just using spear. We are going to run across problems against the undead, but we'll figure that out when we get there. I love these treasure rooms. They're just dopamine releasing beasts. That said, I am less prone to just the game dopamine than I was when I was younger, oddly enough. Do we? Yeah, we go ahead and cast Identify real quick. Cast that. Boop. Cast it again. Again? Pole arms? No. We're not going to swap over to pole arms. You have this game wishlisted, thinking about buying it. Is it worth the buy? If you have nostalgia for Fate, yes. If you're looking for a new action RPG to play, I can give you recommendations for better ones. But I'm enjoying my time with it because it does scratch some of the old school action RPG itches. And it is a very nostalgic thing for a lot of people. For me, I was more of a Diablo person, but I do have fond memories of this. It just wasn't my cornerstone action RPG back in the day. You never played Fate? If you're interested in the history of action RPGs, it's worth trying out. I would recommend checking out, well, either watching streams like this and seeing if it's something you personally would enjoy. Sorry. Or, because the gameplay you see here is pretty much the gameplay for the entire game. Yes, we do get more spells and stuff later on, but this is the essential loop. We get some quests from town, we come down, we fight a few things, we get the quest done, we level up, we get some fame, yada, 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 and then we rinse and repeat. It's just random levels. Enemies get stronger as you go further down, that kind of stuff. I am gonna go. We do need to get magic up. Take that up to 25. A little bit of strength. Played this game when it was in the Windows Vista store. You had to buy tokens for more playtime. Oh, I didn't know you had to buy tokens for it in the Vista store. The way I played it when I was younger is Wild Tangent. Had a thing that had a few games pre-installed on Windows, and this was one of the free ones. I didn't know they had gone through a token one for it as well. The loot, I would say it falls a little bit more on the more simple side of things. I would say it's somewhere closer to Diablo 1, Torchlight 1 as far as the interest in the loot. You have socketed items, so it's a bit more complicated than Diablo 1, but you're going to be generally running into items kind of like this, where it has, oh, here's a handful of bonuses. They're not always correlated properly to the item, as we saw earlier with the shield, but the loot is going to be on the simpler end, but fairly effective. It's not going to be anything like, say, Trying to think of a good example from Diablo 2. It's not going to be anything like exploding arrows from a bow or anything that makes you completely play in a different style as soon as you find an item. That is something that very few games even do today, unfortunately. There's a lot of illusion of diversity in games. It's more complicated than freaking Diablo 3, at least. Diablo 3's loot system irritates me. I know that's kind of weird to say, but I don't like Diablo 3's loot. I don't like Diablo 4's loot either, but they did improve it at least a little bit. Mostly stat changes. You'll sometimes have, say, an improved chance to block or some extra elemental damage, that kind of stuff. But yeah, mostly stat changes. Sometimes more gold drop or stuff like that. It's very much, yeah, improving how you play what you already play. It's not going to change how you play. Let's go for a little bit more defensive there. We're mainly going to be going spear. Probably, if we get a good shield, we'll start getting the shield battle skill. Go shield, spear, and defense and charm magic. We're not going to go attack magic very much. Mainly because I want to not be the mage. Because that's what I always play. And then we keep running across these guys. I keep telling myself, I just need to swap to my other weapon. So as far as interests go, yeah, I would put the loot at kind of a B tier on the interest. It's effective enough. It's not complete garbage. It's not something that you'll just equip the first thing you have and go with it for the rest of the game. There's some CRPGs that do that. Baldur's Gate 3 was kind of bad about that. It had interesting loot, but for the most part, you'd get what you wanted early on and build around it, and then most of the stuff later on you just ignore. But that's a different genre, so. Different expectations. In fact, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are kind of bad about that to some extent. I would always find interesting things later on, though. Just like 1 or 2, but I'd still be using that katana I grabbed early on, or the cloak. Katana would probably be more Baldur's Gate 2. But the cloak is Baldur's Gate 1. There's a village where you can get some fun stuff. And yes, most of the levels are laid out like this. If I remember correctly, there's some that have larger kind of open floor plans. But that's a whole different beast. For those wondering, yes, this is being dual streamed on Twitch and YouTube. Whichever one you want to watch on is fine. Give it follows if you are interested in seeing more streams of this and other stuff, or videos of various games. It is the usual kill the shtick. And pretty much all of the footage is going to end up being used on the main channel. So that's why we don't have alerts and stuff like that. If I can get the setup working properly for using my old kind of crappy system to do the stream while I record locally, we might end up being able to turn that kind of stuff on. But for now, it's going to be more of a vanilla chill stream, which is honestly what I prefer watching as well. I really do generally prefer watching streams that don't have a bunch of stuff popping up all over the place. Maybe it's because I'm old. Not sure if you'll buy it. Doesn't seem very interesting. If you're on the fence about it and you are interested in action RPGs, wait until it drops in price. I actually don't know what price it is right now, because they didn't send that with the key. Let us see. Currently $20. It's not a terrible thing. It's 4 games. If you're on the fence about it, I'd wait until it's under 15. Otherwise, you might have some buyer remorse. But for now, I am enjoying it. Apparently, apparently the company that released this already has enough traction to do cards. So I'm getting cards while I'm doing this. I did not expect that. Of course, it is Fate. Fate was technically already on the store, so. But if I was going to buy Fate and had to choose one, I would definitely choose this over the original. The original is such a pain to get running. I don't think people realize how many like workarounds you have to do to get it running on a modern system. It's one reason why I like GOG and stuff like that is... Oh, we still have living spiders over here. Hi, guys. But GOG has been a great source of me being able to play older games without problems. This is for the kid in us that used to play this on our Windows XP machine. Yep. Just joined, wonder what the difference is between this and the original in terms of quality of life. So far, it's been about the same. You can play all 4 games through one launcher. Like, I can show it right now. Save and exit. And if we click quick right there, we can just jump between the 4 games relatively easily. But beyond that, it feels... It's just easier to run. This also... The time when it was forming nostalgia for a lot of people was a kind of weird window as well. Yes, it has all 4 of the games. I had some problems with audio levels in the 3rd game. It didn't seem to register my audio levels properly on that. But this is 100% enjoy the nostalgia. I think we have, yeah. How did we miss the basilisk on 4? We missed a whole enemy on 4? I'm going back up there. I'm going to check. I thought we cleared 4. Let's see. You used to play the demo where you had to put in those purple coins to play. Don't know what launcher that was.
Exhausted.
I think that was later stage Wild Tangent. Wild Tangent went through a lot of stuff. I don't know their entire history. They had a bunch of free games. This was among the free games for a while. So that's how I played it originally back in the day at a friend's house. Didn't have it on my home machine. I had Diablo 1 and Diablo 2 on my home machine. Okay, map-wise, where did we miss Basilisk? I don't see any spot that we missed here. How long are each of the games? It depends on a few factors. One, just how aggressive you play. You can probably beat the game in a few hours. But I like clearing all the floors and going through kind of meticulously, so I take a while. But yeah, you can pour hundreds of hours, and the dungeon is technically endless. There's, what, 2.1 million floors you can end up going down. The actual boss that you're hunting for is usually, at least in the original, it was between level 16 and... I think it was between 16 and 50-something or 60-something. But I could be misremembering that. On this, both rolls we've done for the first game have been 40. So they might have changed that factor. But yeah, you can pour hundreds upon hundreds of hours into this. Okay, journal-wise, we don't have any lower quests. We're going to go ahead and cancel that one, as we couldn't find it. But yeah, you can see up here we have Bremen's quest, which is level 40. Cast any spell, use any weapon as long as you have the stats. Gear has crazy prefix suffix stats boosts. Magic find, and you can go fishing for magic items as well. But yeah, it's definitely worth trying. We're only we're only actually technically 2 hours in. Hour and a half if you count the break off.
Exhausted.
But I haven't ran into any game-breaking bugs, and it is pretty fun. Hope work goes well for you. You're buying it tomorrow? Ah, yeah. My payday isn't for a couple weeks, sadly. So, I am glad that they sent a press key. The weird thing is, and I am curious about their phrasing. I think I mentioned wanting a press key ages ago, but they sent a press key and they mentioned that it was my viewers that recommended it, which surprised the crap out of me. I'm not sure if it was actually my viewers or they just searched for the review of the original Fate, but I mean, either or. Any giveaways? No, I'm not big enough for that. I don't want to descend. I want to go to town.
You step into the portal.
If I could, I would, but I don't have the pull or the money to do stuff like that. Otherwise, I totally would. And for those curious, just for transparency, yes, this is a press key. No, this is not sponsored. I don't take actually sponsored coverage for video games if I'm going to be reviewing them. Can you respec anytime you want? I forget who you talk to respec. Just a minute and I will check around.
Variety has grown.
Yeah, you're the healer.
I'm well known throughout these parts.
Could get some local legend stuff. I'm forgetting which one it is. That's gambling.
Can I help you?
Could have sworn there was someone that did respec. Might be you. No, you're the enchanter. Maybe not. I might be thinking one of the other ones. Happy to see someone playing. You just saw this drop on Steam and was frothing at the mouth. Yeah, I know a lot of people were commenting. I didn't know about it until someone sent me a message telling me that they were remaking it. But no, I don't see any respec just yet. Could have sworn there was one, though. I guess I might just be thinking of a different one of the games. Or something that happens later.
And you're always welcome here.
I will go with another one of those. Iron Sickle, which is... How is that back armor? Yeah, it's not really a hindrance because as you level up, you get a ton of stuff. You get 5 stat points and you get, like right now we have 4 of these points just from various things that we've done. Usually, yeah, I can see that. My first run, I focused mostly on the spell casting, which is a lot less specialized. And yeah, gear can give you a lot of points, especially later on. Oh yeah, I need to come up here to my chest and learn this spell. And there's also the generational system, like where you can inherit stuff and start over. Makes each generation stronger and stronger. And the spells are not weapon bound, correct? I will learn that, and per 2 levels deeper per charm level.
A new spell has been learned.
Okay, so that can go down to what floor? Level 16 or above. Okay, so that'll last us a while.
Well, I've got plenty for sale, so I do, eh?
And our pet. I just sell everything. Pet is already in town. Yeah. I have to do this manually. I could not remember whether it actually did the thing.
Well, I've got plenty for sale, so I do, eh?
And yes, I am just selling a bunch of crap. Excuse me. Let's see. Yeah, it should be just one more sell round.
You're always welcome here.
The hotbar smaller? Doesn't feel, although it could be. It might just be it's been so long since I played it, but this feels easy enough to read. I'm also playing at 1440p. Oh, you mean the... Okay, yeah, I know what you mean. Never mind. That is for controller compatibility. I can tell you right now. It's not bad, but I wish it was... I wish they would have compensated with adding extra vertical slots.
What can I do for you?
So you could just have a stack of healing potions in one side of the bar. I thought you meant the UI size. Let's see. You have a level 5? Yes, you do.
You have received the task.
What is yours? Yours is probably level 7.
Well, you're always welcome here.
Yeah, I'm just looking for another level 5.
My wares are both ancient and
That's
powerful.
8th. That's 6. That's close. And that's another 5th
You have
level.
received the task.
Tell me you have a 5th level as well. That would make my day. Oh, wait. We were just on 5th. Ah, damn it.
Hello.
We need 6th level. I'm going to do that a lot just because I'm easily distracted. And I'm an idiot at times. It's just the reality of who I is. Yeah, we'll take the
You
level
have
6.
received the quest.
Are we going to get to level 40 today? We might. I took an ibuprofen whenever I went up to check on the weird noise, so my headache is abated for now. I have a couple more next to me just in case. Let's see. Do I want to buy anything from you? No. Do I want to buy anything from you?
Got deals nobody can touch.
+2 fire damage would be handy. Yeah, that's going to go in there. I think when you go back, it'll spawn in the guys and maybe reset the dungeon. It can respawn guys if it's kill X number of enemies. We have had it where we just didn't have anything because we'd cleared the floor. That was in the original game. That's just something we have to deal with. Oh, I really wish you had a shield on you, buddy. We are currently not doing well whenever it comes to getting shields. Mana stolen per hit would not be bad. Used to cost like 20k for stuff. I am also hoarding money. Things are actually really expensive. Requires renown of tolerated. Okay. So we actually need to boost our renown for some of this stuff as well. Pitchfork is just a spear. I think we just keep this for now. I wouldn't mind a higher damage. Actually, we'll go higher damage. Weapon 1. 36,000 for some of these gems. It's ridiculous. Discovers all areas of a map level 2 or above. I should get some summons eventually. We'll just hoard our mana for now. But let's go ahead and grab that just as a thing we can cast. Yeah, things can get expensive. It's just we're buying the bottom tier stuff. That only costs 14 mana? Okay.
You enter the portal.
Let's see what these level 5s have for us if they actually spawn anything. If they don't, we'll just cancel and grab some. I think the rest of them were level 7s or higher. Okay. So retrieve the Broadaxe and destroy Brunash the Topaz Gel. The Topaz Gel should spawn. The Broadaxe I don't think we'll find, because the Apprentice Hat was the one that we ran into last time. That is the controller thing, is something that you run into with a lot of games, sadly. They did that. There's a lot of restrictions on Diablo 4 because they had to make it controller compatible.
You are exhausted.
I am exhausted. I may need to change the hotkeys eventually. Oh, I need 2 flaming spears now just for the little trailing fire. But it is a lot easier to read the environment in this one than the original. I think the lighting feels better. And now we can deal with the skeletons without swapping weapons, although we're not going to do a ton of damage to them. They should only make that a thing if you plug in a controller. I have a controller plugged in. In fact, I think we can hot swap, can we not? Yeah, we can hot swap. Not the best controller interface, but it's not the worst ever either. I just accidentally used the potion as well, trying to see what button to press. It does input that, hey, you press down, I'm using that potion now. There's the big guy. Hi, Brunash.
The quest is completed.
I think those guys are dead because they're not moving. Yeah. Let's see. Show items. Just looking to see if there is a toggle button for it. Doesn't look like it. Think you have a second weapon set? Yeah, you do. You absolutely do have a second weapon set. Oh no, nope, that guy's dead too. Okie dokie. Yeah, that's everything we have here. So we can cancel the other level 5 one. Generally, I think if it's a kill something quest, we can mess around with it. Dual wielding. Do I stick with dual wielding or do I go shields? Shield would keep me alive a lot better. I'm going to get this up to 10 just to get our healing a little bit better. Critical strike increases the chance of dealing a critical strike, which is also handy. If I remember correctly, one of my test runs for the first one. It wasn't the complete run. I did a high critical strike build. I don't remember how good it was. I have a feeling it's one of those that starts off really crappy and then scales like crazy later on. That's how, in a lot of games, critical strike functions. Ta-da! Now we no longer need to have our own.
Let me show you what I have to sell.
Okay, sell that, that, and that. We'll cancel the other level 5 one after we turn this in. Heavy Cape of Years is vitality bonus, defense, magic skill, strength bonus, mana bonus. That is... damage dealt bonus is nice, but I think this does more. So 15 to 26. Yeah, strength affects damage, but I don't know by how much. But finding magic item chance, way better.
Hello?
You have received the quest.
Please tell me you have a level 6. You do.
You have received a task.
A lot choppier than the movement animations. That's kind of a problem in the original game too. Yeah, it's definitely got the animations from the original game. This very much is a... I don't want to say it's just a fresh coat of paint, because you do have access to more stuff in this game than in the original. You have access to the groups from every game. But I'm going to sell that.
Plenty for sale, so I do.
Let's see. Shield battle bonus. Life stolen per hit would be nice. I think we'll stick with the gold drop, though. Just get more money. Money is king.
You step into the portal.
Slow effect can be countered with the haste spell. Okay. And how is everyone doing on the YouTube side? I appreciate everyone behaving. That's one. Weirdly enough, even when I did the Diablo 4 streams, that was 130 people, give or take, on average. Everyone was really well behaved, and I appreciate that on the YouTube end. I have seen some shit show YouTube comment sections. And I really have to give you kudos for that. Being actually decent human beings. It is so rare on the internet these days. Yeah, I do want to eventually set up more stuff that's stream specific. I just need to be careful not to have it mess with the stuff that I would be doing for reviews. Your only big gripes with the game as of right now is the choppy attack frames and the fact that you can't rebind your hotkeys. Other than that, you don't... can we not? You are correct, we cannot. I didn't even try. Because usually if I change the hotkeys, it's closer to about a third to halfway through a game. Unless it's just something completely atrocious. I'm going to take you down. I need to swap back to you. We do need more damage. But yeah, we've only encountered 2 bugs, which hopefully they'll fix. We'll figure it out later. Depends on if they watch the stream, or I could track down their bug reporting. system. Okay. Do we actually do damage to him with it? No, not really. You have an MMO mouse. You're just used to rebinding everything to the mouse. Yeah, that is a super handy thing. I'm going to tempt fate.
Fate smiles upon you.
We're always going to tempt fate. It's telling me to tempt the game itself. But yeah, that I can definitely understand. I will always be a fan of rebindable controls in general, just because it's an accessibility option. But that's something I would have ran into later on. Oh yeah, I forget, poison does not just expire, does it? You tried those and couldn't hack it. Hands are too big, was pressing like 3 buttons at once. My mouse is kind of like an intermediary between them. It's got a few extra buttons on it, but not the full like numpad. I would say I actually do 100% agree that I hope it's something they add down the road. I generally don't hold my breath these days for quality of life patches. If something big happens, awesome. And we'll probably run into it whenever we start streaming the other 3 games. But for most games released these days, unless it's an indie studio that is really passionate, I don't hold my breath. And this is definitely not an indie studio. Let's see. Do I go more strength? Do I go more spear skill? I think I go more spear skill. Yep, minimum viable product is usually the goal. Running an old Logitech G600 MMO mouse. You like the 6? Yeah, bigger, beefier mouse. I like mid-weight mouses, which is something that is not popular right now. So I have to go with weird ones. And I burn through mouses because, you know, gaming coverage, lots of clicking. But, and also the fact that I was big on Diablo 2 for years. As far as YouTube and stuff. But yeah, I prefer mid-weight ones, and it's becoming a fight to not find just everything's an ultralight. So let's see. Do I want more strength? Do I want more dexterity? I think I might want more dexterity. Vitality would be nice, but I think we're going to go more strength first. I keep humming and hawing over what I'm going to do with this character. I am really resisting the urge to go more magic. Okay, we have a healing thing there. And I see you over here, my bud. Don't you run away from me. But yeah, I'm running a more basic Logitech. I don't think the next mouse I buy after this one breaks is going to be a Logitech again, because they're doing that. I don't know if they've dropped it yet. If they have, I might consider them again. But they wanted to do that subscription mouse thing, and I don't know. Mage is indeed my go-to playstyle in most games.
You have sprung a trap.
Necromancer specifically if it's available, which is one reason why for the review you see a lot of summoner stuff. I already have a fishing pole, thank you very much. Slow spell, we can learn it. Into a B samurai permanently. Strength improved, dex improved, magic improved. You know what? Sure. Be samurai.
Has been transformed. A trap has been sprung.
We now have a tank. How was the game with controller? Let's find out. You're always kind of partial to heavier mice because you used to play a lot of Counter-Strike. Hey, we might have ran into each other. Considering you said 1.4 to 1.6, we might have actually been in games together at some point. I was under a different name back then. But, let's see. Left button is attack. No, that's toggle. That's rage. Okay, so it is...
You are exhausted.
not as responsive as with the mouse. Let's do a whole floor with it and see if I absolutely hate life or not. I'm not feeling very promising about it. Yeah, it has native support for a controller. I literally just picked up the controller that was on my desk. And it swaps on the fly. So you can swap freely whenever you want. I think the aiming is going to feel awkward if you are doing melee. I think caster might feel a little bit better. And the attack button is not the same as the interact button. For better or for worse. And let's see. What is the button? Okay, it's right trigger to bring that up. And then we aim it with the right stick. It's not terrible. It just doesn't feel as responsive.
You feel healthy.
And it is L3 to turn on and off run. It's not terrible. Would be nice if they had the controls show on the menu. Yeah. I mean, we can look at them here. So we have cast spell, rage, interact, attack. We have hide tooltip, tilt the camera, zoom in and out. I need to zoom out actually. But toggle, run, move. Those are the hot bars for the health things. Weapon toggle. Quick buy is left trigger and focus pet. Oh yeah, that's how I can send them off to do stuff. How are we looking on resume game? Quests? Done both the quests here. We got one guy still alive. We'll go fight him. I am going to beat up this guy real quick, then I will read your message. Back then your name was Genius, though it wasn't really your name. I had downloaded CS config and had all sort of pros, key bindings and stuff. Didn't realize it changed your name to. Wasn't earlier because you were using the mouse. Was going to say that sucks if it... Okay, yeah. The star on the minimap is a merchant. And that was a trap. But yeah, this is just... the merchants vary, but this one's just the fisherman. I'm switching back to keyboard and mouse because it just feels better for me. I would not like to buy some fresh fine fish. But you can definitely tell this game was not designed with... Go and get you. Bloop. Controller in mind.
You enter the portal.
It feels good, though. I mean, it feels good enough to play. I'm not sure... I love it, but I'm also the same person that, frankly, wasn't a huge fan of Diablo 2's controller support, even though that was fairly decent.
Welcome, friend.
Yeah, if you want me to try stuff like that, it's perfectly fine. That I will eventually have to try it anyway, because I do plan on reviewing this as a whole. It's just going to be a bit further down the road due to time constraints, because I have so many things in the backlog. Slow spell, not going to care about that. Let's get rid of the mana potions. We only need the one antidote. Seems like poison does eventually just wear off. We'll keep one scroll just in case. There's our stacking healing.
At these prices, it's practically stealing.
You're glad that the F key skill slot thing kind of fell off in favor of 1, 2, 3, 4. Even back in D2, it never felt good using the function keys. I always do custom bindings for Diablo 2. I have a lot of my left click stuff in Diablo 2 on E, F, and G. And 1, 2, 3, 4 is my belt. And I have E, F, G for my left stuff and W for weapon swap. Yeah, I just have hotkeys all around the WASD area. In Diablo 2, my layout is not really optimal. It's just easy for me to play without having to like jump all over the keyboard and stuff like that. Let's see, what do you have? Do you have a shield? You do not have a shield. Because they don't like me. Why don't they like me? That is an axe. That's some nice strength requirements there. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. Heals caster for that requires 60 magic. We're probably not going to get that anytime soon. Mental map. I forget what that does. Like, actual functionality. I'm slightly sad that our guy does not have a face.
Welcome, friend.
Yeah, I find it pretty relaxing. I played Diablo. I was in the Diablo 2 beta. Then I did the stress test. And then I did... At launch, I got it at launch. I got the collector's edition with the D&D stuff in it. And I played it for years with that. I even played it into Lord of Destruction. Got that day one. Got through, I believe I quit for a while after 1.11. Came back for a few years, quit again, then came back and did a playthrough on YouTube in, I want to say, 2018 or 17. And it played it from then until 2023. Switching over to Resurrected, of course. On your potato PC in 2007. Yeah. That's one nice thing about Fate as well. Back in the day, it used to run on everything. Noxious Gel experience. Cool. Level 9. That's level 8. We're looking for level 7. We might come back for that level 8. Looks like most of these are wanting to give us level 9s. So it looks like big guy down south. And armored guy. I will always forget their names, unfortunately, because I just refer to them by what they look like. Hello.
Well, what can I do for you?
There's one.
Received a task.
And where are you at? I think he's over here. Yeah, he wandered off. Get back here, friend. Gavito, I'm going to do a quest for you.
You have received a task.
I should be taking them based on the rewards. I'm just taking them for XP. And money. That's what we're rolling through here. Double-bitted axe, not worth it. The gloves, however... 2 knockback kind of sucks for us, but We can deal with it. Get 3 skill for spears. Raw. I need better spears. Then I'll be a real Chad. Okay, we can get some more. We can get better armor if we want. I don't think we really need it just yet. I need weapons is what I need. Could go gamble. In fact, we should probably show off each of the different merchants eventually. This is your mage merchant.
I have many mystic items.
Cast spell casting, all that kind of stuff. Can get rings and stuff from them. That's a damage dealt bonus, which would not be bad. We'll go ahead and grab that. That is actually good. Here's the gambler.
Hello there.
All items on the left have all unknown magical powers. Once you purchase one, its powers will be instantly revealed. None of those look promising to me. That's the only spear we see. You could do a gamble on some boots. Sure, why not? Attack penalty. Bite me, game.
Yes.
I don't know when it refreshes. Everything is a lot easier to read now. You have good boots? You do not have good boots either. You got spears, though. 4% strength bonus. Sure, we'll take a slightly stronger one. Oh, is that a two-hander? That... Oh, we require more dex for it. No! You actually have a shield here. Or a 65 strength, though. I need to get my dex up. No, we're splitting stats. 1% reduced item requirements. Lovely. Did they change how fishing works? I'm about to check. When I tried it last, I wasn't able to catch anything, but we'll try it real quick. Nice weather we're having out today. Nice weather we had out yesterday. Got a small ruby scale. Vile tarantula for a little while. I remember your first time you got this game, you were about to enter high school. Dislocated both your knees after an unfortunate skateboarding trick. Picked up this during the recovery back in 2001, 2002. I forget when this released. We failed! I think I need to wait for a little bit. After the little exclamation part comes up. Disappointed! Yeah, that's fishing. I'm gonna sell that fish.
Welcome, friend.
Stuff like that I just forget to use, so that's why I sell it. Is that better? 5 to 12, 12 to 20. Attack slow, attack fast. No, I think I prefer the sword. We're going to keep you. We'll get dexterity. I believe it is on the next level. Oh, we're going to be one short. No! We have our quest for level 8 and level 7. Game released in 2005, but it's crazy to think it's been 20 years. Yeah. Yeah, it really does. It's bad as there's a lot of games that I'm going to be covering that are at the 30-year mark. That makes me feel old. Yeah, time is just wibbly-wobbly anymore. It throws me all over the place. You fish for hours for loot and fish to sell. It's so good if you don't mind hanging out for 15, 20 minutes or so. Yeah. You listened to them back then at the time. It was an unfortunate accident because you got it stupidly, was just standing on the tail of your board waiting for a friend. And, oh, can sort of guess what happened. Board slipped out from under you, and first thing to hit the ground were your knees. Ouch. Cracking your knees on concrete sucks. Let's see. Is it going to be nice?
Will you? Fate smiles upon you.
Yeah, we got more vitality. That's plus. Yeah, we need dex. We are missing way too much. You're turning 30 this year, but grew up with older siblings, so you have a lot of nostalgia for that kind of stuff. Oh, Final Fantasy X has some great soundtracks. I am behind on it because I'm actually out of hard drive space. I need to finish writing up several reviews. I currently have 10 terabytes of footage that needs to be going into reviews. But yeah, we got him. I want to do the entire Final Fantasy series for reviews. I already have all but one of the front missions recorded for that one.
The quest is completed.
And then I want to do all the Final Fantasies after I get that one done.
You have triggered a trap.
But I love Final Fantasy, the early ones. 12 is kind of where I fell off of it. It's not that I don't like 12. I actually do like 12. It's just it overstays its welcome. Your friend didn't help. He just told you to shut the fuck up and went back into his house. Had to drag yourself down to the end of the street. Oh, ouch. I mean, I don't condone breaking his knees in response to that, but that is a dick move for him not to help you. If someone eats shit, you help them. I don't even care if they're not your friend. If you see someone eat shit and they're not someone who literally deserves to eat shit, you help them. I am not currently interested in purchasing assets. I'm sorry. That making my own emojis are one of the things that I actually get a little bit of joy out of. Because it gets me some art practice, and I am terribly out of practice with it. And I would cross over chats between Twitch and YouTube, but unfortunately, that is against the affiliate terms of service on the Twitch end of things. YouTube doesn't care. YouTube knows its position. Yeah, closest... I've been lucky that I never really got super injured like that. Worst I've had is just getting super sick. His mom was an abusive sort and he wasn't supposed to have friends over, so you screaming and yelling bloody murder was alerting her to the fact that he was outside with company. Yikes. A little bit of yikes. Okay, so we need to rearrange this. I think we want it rearranged like that. I had a few friends when I was young that their parents were kind of like that. Never good to have unhealthy parents. Frankly, oh, no, not a little speedy skeleton, you bitch. Oh, thank you. Thank you, ally. Spiders, go!
Your pet has increased in power.
There was something else down here, wasn't there? I guess not. There's barrels over there. They're not even the cracker barrels.
You have sprung a trap.
Weird thing is, it didn't even really hurt, but it felt super weird and uncomfortable, like unbearably so. That's called shock. I have been in shock before. Yeah, I went into... I'm trying to think of the best way to explain it. But basically, this was a workplace accident. A 3,500 pound... I think it was 3,500. It might have been more. It was a walk-behind forklift. And it had a massive battery in it, so it might have been more than that. But it was over 1.5 tons. Crushed my foot, and I literally just walked in to the manager's office and said, I need to sit down, and I didn't take my shoe off. I ended up having to cut it off, but only, thankfully, because the shoes I had were slip-ons. If I would have been wearing steel toe ones, my steel toes, it would have cut off my toes. But yeah, it's all over the place. Why are you almost dead, my roachy friend? We need to identify that. We're going to sell those. Go ahead and keep the antidote. Go ahead and go sell stuff. I will identify stuff while he is out. That is nice. If we were going bow, that would be even better. Hello, how's it going? But let's see. My brain has gone like 12 different directions in the last 5 minutes, so you'll have to forgive if I get easily distracted. It's just how I do. And I do need to flash the recording soon. We've been going for 3 hours, and it does not feel like I've been going for 3 hours. This has been a very relaxing session. It's going to get less relaxing whenever we go further down, because I am playing a melee character in a game that is not very friendly to melee. Doing well. How's the gameplay feeling so far? Pretty good. Feels about the same as the original. It's a lot easier to read, and it's a lot easier to get running smoothly. So that's always a plus. But yeah, so far it feels fine. And it has all 4 games, so it's a pretty decent pickup. Hello, Bee Samurai. We're never going to make it not an insect creature. This is just in case anyone's curious what I'm willing to transform it into. As long as it's an insect creature, it is our friend. Okay, so you all go in there. We are finding a lot of the triggerfish. Voltaic snail is not bad. It's more of a magic-oriented one, though. Do we bother with that? I don't think we do, because we're not going bows. Hey, Locke, how's it going? Just debating on picking it up on Steam or trying it out on one of the consoles. I would recommend. We tried controller earlier. It's fine. Like, I could see playing this on Switch or whatever, or on a Steam Deck, and it not being awful. But I would say that it feels better on mouse and keyboard. You can definitely tell the original game was designed around mouse and keyboard. And yes, I will be uploading this at 1440p. We'll probably also upload some of it to the Game Sampler channel if you don't want to hear me rambling over the top of it. That's what I do. I ramble way too much. Okay, so we, for better or worse, need to cast a town portal. Return that quest in.
You enter the portal.
But yeah, it's pretty fun. If you enjoy this type of game and you have some nostalgia for this, it's worth picking up at the asking price. That's level 10. We're looking for another level 8 or 9.
You have received a task.
So we have 3 level 8 tasks. Time to sell crap. You've been on an old nostalgia game trip lately. Don't know if it's because you're 37, but games like Diablo 1, Fate, Phantasy Star Online, Zelda Ocarina of Time, etc. have just been hitting the spot. That's one reason why I started the Nostalgia Bait series. There is a lot to be said about nostalgia being just rose-tinted glasses, but there's also a lot to be said about there are just good games. Just because people are nostalgic about a game doesn't mean it's aged poorly or anything like that. I mean, you have stuff like GoldenEye, which this is going to get people hating on me. Someone's going to be like, oh, you insulting GoldenEye. GoldenEye was great for the time. It did a lot of things that were solid introductions at the time. There are better first-person shooters on Nintendo 64. There's just straight up better games on there. But it did have a really good multiplayer, which is where a lot of the nostalgia sits. There's better options for that nowadays. But something like, say, Chrono Trigger, or honestly, even Front Mission 3, Diablo 2, very few new games hit that same kind of genre and space without sacrificing something. Because, say, like Diablo 2, if you go, say, Path of Exile, it's a good enough game. Path of Exile has a lot of illusion of complexity. It's actually not as complex as you would think just looking at all the nonsense on it. It's just a lot of fluff stacked around. But it's one of those things where... Ooh, that's not bad. We might ditch this ducal ring and put it on our minion. Just seeing what else we have. But yeah, there's just... Nostalgia doesn't always mean it's bad. Remember playing the original Fate on the old Wild Tangent launcher that was included with the old Windows systems? I feel old now. It's fine. But, yeah. My Windows install, like, came with Windows games were Minesweeper and freaking... What was the other one? 3D Space Pinball or whatever it was called. And also Jezball. Jezball is a great game. You can play it over on, whatchamacallit, the archive. The Internet Archive. You can literally just play it on there.
You step into the portal.
That was something that we used to burn a lot of time. This would have been middle school for me, I think. Yeah, it would have been like 6th or 7th grade. Whenever we'd get done with all of that, we'd actually end up with free time. And being the nerd that I was, I liked computers already. So I would get done with stuff super early. So I'd either make screensavers, or I would play Jezball, stuff like that. Grandparents' E-Machine. Oh, I remember E-Machines. That's a whole other interesting thing. I kind of wish E-Machines had stuck around as a competitor, but they kind of went off the deep end. Had Wild Tangent on it because it's how you played this Bejeweled back then. That's how you discovered Fate and picked it up during your knee thing. Ah. Awesome sauce. We delve deeper. And yeah, I am streaming. I only stream to YouTube and Twitch. If you see my stream on any other platform, it is not me. Just a heads up. I did think about streaming to TikTok, but I don't have an avatar or anything like that to put up, which kind of just makes it feel a little pointless to stream over there in a vertical format where you can't see the entire thing. If you're being hit often in battle, you may need to raise your dexterity or purchase better armor. We can stop displaying the tips now. It is telling me things I already know. I don't feel like clicking through it every single time. Hi, brain. Nice. But yeah, I miss just the days of just simple games. I miss the days before games as a service became so prevalent. I have whole rants about games as a service. They're overall a negative for it. There are good examples of games as a service, but it's very hard to make a sustainable one without being also exploitative. Oh no, we got mana drained. You bastards. That needs to wear off eventually. Swap that. Remember the charm magic being very good? Yeah. Summoning in this is broken. That's one reason why I'm kind of avoiding it. It is extremely strong. But I've already beaten the game with charm magic, and I mainly played a summoner / mage. So I've also played archer a bit in this. I wanted to play something that is against what I normally play in games. That's why we're going with melee. One game you're hoping Nintendo brings back from their N64 emulator days, Mystical Ninja featured Goemon. That game is stored in your memory like a fever trip. Game went with every possible direction. Why does that sound familiar? Time for me to rabbit hole for a second. That sounds very, very familiar. I did not have an N64. I was boycotting Nintendo at the time for dorky-ass little kid reasons. Let's see. Mystical Ninja. Goemon. That is super familiar looking. Was it released on another platform? But yeah, that kid is 100% recognizable. Goemon is. But that just seems so familiar. Oh, wait. I know which one that is. That one's in a few hidden gem videos. I know which one that is. But yeah, that was also back when I was like, I'm going to emulate everything Nintendo. I have since bought the games from Nintendo that I want, but that was back before all of this COVID nonsense started happening and job disappeared because of it. We got a normal spear. Sweet. Okay, we got to level up. And we're going to go with more spear skill. So next level up, we actually can equip this. I think the first was Mystical Ninja was a Super Nintendo game. Yeah. For those of you wondering how freaking old I am, my first video game was on Atari. Although Nintendo is what got me hooked on gaming. I played Dragon Warrior before I played Final Fantasy 1, but Final Fantasy 1 is the game that I kind of say inspired me to... Oh, wow, there's a basilisk there. But inspired me to become a quote-unquote gamer. It's what made me a gamer. So, if that tells you where I'm coming from in all of this. And let's go ahead and go fishing. Are we going to get something? Are we going to get something? Probably not. I don't know when I'm supposed to click that. Or is it just I am just getting bad luck? I see an enemy moving up there. I see you. I smell you through the walls. What's fun is to say that to somebody you're in a game with. Remember the crazy hallucination like... Oh, if you want a good fishing game, by the way, Breath of Fire 2. I think it was 2. But yeah, Breath of Fire has some good fishing games. I love reeling in the freaking merchant. Remember a game with crazy hallucination like flashbacks, a ninja running up waterfalls, eating dango. It's just, yeah. I'm just not getting anything. Yeah, it's a lot easier to read the game now. I can put up a link to my old review if you want to see what it looked like in the olden days. I'll do it after we get... And we failed again. Okay. The old one was... Blah, 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 blah. Just loads up and decides to not be completely jank on me. Speaking of the F keys, someone just got mad at me for how I do my F keys in Diablo 2 because I wrote a guide. FF15 had surprisingly good fishing minigame. Yeah, there's a few good ones out there, and for some reason YouTube is having issues right now. I'll deal with that in a minute. But yeah, the Fate one is... Why are you not giving me the share link? There it is. If I pop over to here... That was the review for Fate, the original one. If you wanted to see what it looked like before to compare it to this. I could probably just play it on stream. But see, it's... The old one had a lot more texture on stuff, which pro or con is a thing. But it was also a lot harder to read the screen. But it is whatever. Go ahead and minimize that again and get back to the game. We'll do one more fishing on this. If it doesn't give me anything, we're going to not be fishing anymore. Oh, we got a town portal scroll. Awesome. You can get some good stuff from fishing. We're just not getting good luck. Hello, kobold. Hey, get back here. I get that you want to run away, but no. No run away. Only die. I don't think pickaxe... Yeah, pickaxe isn't anything special. And we don't want to send the pet back too often, because he is also our side tank. We are the main tank, he is the off tank.
You have completed a quest.
Well, that was one of the things we were looking for. I like that we still look just like a proper fighter now. We definitely need way more decks. This is bad.
You have sprung the trap.
That's the fisherman again. He just doesn't give up. He wants to sell his fish everywhere.
The quest is completed.
Okay, we have one more quest here, and that is to do what? Destroy one more brain beast. Okay, that's fine.
You have triggered a trap. You have sprung a trap.
But yeah, we are missing a lot. That is going to be a major problem for us. Do I want to use the anvil? I don't think I do. You know what? I'll use it on this trident. And if we get better things on it, awesome. If not, tough nuggies. Nothing happened. I mean, we've gotten good, bad, and neutral. We got all of them.
A trap has been sprung.
We always tempt the fate. The game name drops itself, we gotta. Especially with how much it says fate in the initial intro. It really leans into that. We are referencing the name. Can I reuse on other items? I don't think so. I think it's one use, at least in the original game. It was used once and then run away.
You have sprung the trap.
Sorry for coughing in the mic there. I didn't get to the mute button fast enough. I do have water here. I should probably drink it. Do I actually still have... Ooh, I do. I still have some of my... for fun drink. Yes, I am one of those people who has 3 drinks. I have a big jug of water. And my for fun drink today is no, it's not alcohol. It takes me like a year to get through any kind of alcohol, if not longer. Love you some degenerate gambling in the universe. You can do it multiple times upstairs.
The quest is completed.
Okay, so we can go get that quest done. Turn it in for all kinds of fun stuff. Ooh, a forest quiver. That is the offhand for bows. Oop.
You step into the portal.
You've got coffee, water, and a Coke? Yeah. Mine is... I'm actually regretting one of them. Because I've actually been trying to quit aspartame. But I have a sugar-free soda for caffeine. Usually I do coffee. But... yeah. It has... I have been nursing that for 2 days now. Today's probably the last day I trust it. Okay, sell the non-quest items. And turn these in. You have multiple drinks as well. Cola, ice in cola, and cran grape juice. Welcome, friend. I'm torn as to whether I prefer cran apple or cran grape. My favorite cranberry juice. Actually, yeah, it would probably be cran apple. I would say probably my favorite soda was pomegranate soda, but they stopped selling it because they're jerk faces. Modeled lurkers, sure, I'll take that. Aspartame's no bueno. You can't knock anyone. You love Rockstar energy drinks and those yellow energy Arizona tea drinks. Grand vodka. I can understand that. Level 11, no. We're not doing level 11 anytime soon. Level 9, we might come back and grab. We would prefer level 8 and 9s.
And you're always welcome here.
You have received a task.
So if this guy's is not level 9, we go back to the other guy and get a level 9.
Hello.
You
Level
have
8.
received a task.
Oh, Jones, no more pomegranates. I love pomegranate soda. It's kind of like wine without the hangover. Let's go ahead and identify that. You are 10 crossbow and... Jesus. Okay.
And you're always welcome here.
That basically makes it so we can use a crossbow if we want to.
Closer. I might be able to cut you a deal.
Unfortunately, that makes us all piercing. Yeah, Jones brand is really good. It's hard to get here. You have to go to specialty shops for it. Already got you hooked on Mexican colas? Ooh, yes. So much better than... they used to have a brand of ginger ale here called Thomas Kemper. It's impossible to get anymore. You have to live, like, super nearby them to even get it. But it used to be great. Yeah. Even if they did the thing, there's a way to do it through Steam, to have Steam handle all the multiplayer stuff. I don't know how hard that would have been to implement, though. That might have required code rework. And I don't know how much code reworking they did on this. Let's see. 3% magic find versus 1% mana bonus. Frankly, I think I will go with the magic find. Just seeing what else we have. Yeah. Is this game any good? I enjoy it. It's cathartic. If you have nostalgia for it, it's definitely worth picking up. It has all 4 games in one. If you don't have nostalgia for it, it's still a decent enough action RPG. It's very much loot driven. Very much just go... It's endless dungeon style thing. Mystery dungeon is the genre that I usually call it, but it's action RPG. It's basically, you can go as deep as you want. It's millions of floors down if you really want to. But... that's just all the sugar something. If you're getting the wickety splits from that. Just heard of it on Steam. Yeah, it's an old school action RPG. It's the predecessor to Torchlight. If you didn't like Torchlight, you're not going to get this, but a lot of the reviews are going to be nostalgia reviews, just as a heads up. It is fun. It is functional. It's not super buggy. I've ran across 2 bugs, and that's because I'm good at finding bugs just by playing weird. But so far, it's been pretty decent.
Let me show you what I have to sell,
Bother. Do I really... I'm going to just put this in here in case we end up wanting to go crossbows or something. Most of the player base is coming in with rose-tinted glasses since this was super consequential to a lot of younger players a decade ago because of Wild Tangent, yeah. Is it worth $21? If you're nostalgic for the game, yes. If you're not nostalgic, I would wait for $15. It's 4 endless dungeon games. The first game doesn't have any story, really. Second, third, and fourth game have a bit more, but that's like saying the kiddie pool has more story than a bowl of water. Yeah. For me, it's more Fate walked so that Torchlight could run, but I think Torchlight 1 ran into the same problem that Diablo 1 did. It was too limited. But yeah, if you have nostalgia for it, yes, this is all 4 games for $20 is a killer deal, especially since you don't have to fight with getting it to run. 2.1, I think it's 2.1 million, but yeah. Comes with all the games, which is great for the price. If they keep patching and updating, would really be really nice. I do really, if I were to make a prediction, if it does get a lot of traction, I don't think they'd continue working on this specific game. I think they would release a Fate 2, like actual number 2. Torchlight 2 was great, super disappointing in the later ones. 2 was the best Torchlight, in my opinion. 3 is okay now. It was way worse in the alpha. Just, I'm not going to go into the weeds on that one, but Torchlight 3 in the alpha was absolute dog shit. Just putting that one out there, it was awful. But it's okay-ish now. Fate between Torchlight 1 and Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance, I can sort of see that. This game basically is the blueprint for Torchlight. This is where the pet system came from, and half of this thing's lineage, like the people who made this, were a big part of Torchlight. If they're putting in this work, I'd like to see this being a test run on releasing a new part of the series. Yeah, I like mystery dungeon games. I generally don't beat them, oddly enough. Which, frankly, I don't think there's a way to beat a lot of mystery dungeons. But is that one alive? That one is alive. We are looking for the living enemies, because it should spawn them in. And I should swap over to this in case I need it. But it should be easy enough to clear this place out. Torchlight 3 was meant to be a live service game too, then the devs went back on it last minute. Yeah, Torchlight 3, I played it whenever they were doing a bunch of their, like, this is an online game nonsense. That alpha was, oh, I bounced hard on that. Let's see, if a game has procedural generation, sign you up. Love the randomness and replayability. Wish more games had procedural. I like them both, honestly. Procedural is great for, I just feel like grinding something for a while, and I want that little bit of a dopamine hit in a power fantasy. It's great for that. Generally speaking,
the quest is completed.
Did we just get both of them done? Yes, we did. I would say that for action RPGs, I prefer procedural. For, say, like a Final Fantasy style game, yes, there are some procedural ones like that too. I'm not as big of a fan of it. Okay, so we have points here to mess around with stuff. I am gonna go with more spear skill. Get some dexterity going in a minute too.
You step into the portal.
Yeah, and there's still places in action RPGs where there is, it's perfectly fine to have fixed
A fine day.
stuff. Ooh, nice, we got a big crossbow. That might get me using stuff. But generally speaking, they are more fun and more replayable with this kind of stuff. Oh, that's level 11. We're looking for level 9 or 10 now.
Well met.
That's level 11. Oh. That's a level 8 one. Sure, I'll take
You
it.
have received the task.
I'm really surprised we just got another level 8 one.
A fine day.
Oh, no, we're not going to do that one because we can't actually find it. Yeah, Grim Dawn uses... Grim Dawn does have some procedural generation.
You have received.
We're just getting all the 8th level quests again. Great. But yeah, Grim Dawn uses static maps to an extent. There is procedural pathing through it. That's what makes speedrunning it hard. The procedural part about it is basically where I would have to... I think it's easier to show if we go down into a map. Oh, Jesus. Sure, we'll use that for a while. Can we not equip that? Oh, it's a back armor. That makes it a little bit worse. That's still not a bad offhand. We'll keep that for a while. We'll keep that for a while in case we need to swap back to it. The rest of this is going to go away. But simply put, it changes which way the obstructions to your play are. For example, a cart might be broken down on one playthrough, but it might be broken down in a different location in another playthrough. So you have to go east instead of west, that kind of stuff. It's not super procedural like Diablo and stuff like that. Even Diablo 2 is not that procedural. Whenever you break it down, it's very, very regimented as to where your exits are going to be and all that kind of stuff. That's one reason why the map hack with your mind videos are so freaking popular for it. I was tempted to do one myself, but I think every other Diablo 2 creator had already made one at that point. It's just like, eh. I can't really add anything to that discussion, so whatever. Okay, so we have a crossbow and double spears. I think 2 level 8 quests, yeah. Face Biter and Flame Hammer. Let's see if they spawned. If it can spawn an enemy, I think it will. Yeah, it's just different spawn locations and whatnot for boss and exits. Use the Enigma plate and just teleport along the walls everywhere. Oh, Enigma. Diablo 2's procedural generation is rule-driven. This one is, if I remember correctly, fairly rule-driven as well. There's the 2 enemies we need to kill. I'm glad that they're on different sides of a wall. Otherwise, this could be problematic. Okay, I am mildly concerned that it's not going to spawn those. What do I feel about the new UI? The bottom part's more readable.
You are exhausted.
But I do agree with the assessment a while back that someone made about you only have 4 belt slots instead of 6. And no rebindable controls. Yeah, we can't reuse the anvil, by the way. Yep, those guys are not respawning. That is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. So we're going to ditch those quests and get new ones.
You step into the portal.
Yeah, for the most part, it's fine. It's there because of the shift to controller access. Might be a hot take, but you prefer pre-LODT2. For you, aRPGs are about the item hunt, and rune words kind of ruin that for you. I can see that. Worth noting that the strongest items are still rares, which, I mean, I can understand why. Okay, so you... That's a level 9, that's fine.
Hello.
That's a level 8. I don't care about level 8 ones. We already cleared level 8. But there are advantages to pre-LOD ones. Well, we do not have a lot of quest options. Got to item hunt the runes and the armor with enough sockets. The reason why I'm wagering it gets on a lot of people's nerves, the shift to that, is because Magic Find becomes a lot... It actually becomes counter to what you want if you're hunting for rune word stuff. But Magic Find becomes a lot less of a viable tactic. That said, a lot of people misunderstand how Magic Find works in that game. It's, oh geez, 108 strength. Cannot do that. This might, no, it's 75 strength requirement. That's butts. Yeah, we only have 2 quests going into level 9. Remember playing Fate as a kid? Hours in the dungeons took you a lot of time to find out that you can right-click for portals. A lot of backtracking.
You step into the portal.
Yeah, getting the portal spell in any game like this is my goal number 1. That's like my top priority, period. Super hyped to pick this up tomorrow. See you around. I'll probably be doing Pillars of Eternity tomorrow, just as a heads up for you. But I will be returning to this after we beat Pillars.
You feel refreshed.
Because we have done pretty much every side quest in that. All that's left there is literally just going down the mainline quest and finishing the tail end of most of the faction quests. Which shouldn't take too many more sessions. We're currently 20 streams of that. 21. See, yeah, but for the vast majority of your character's lifespan in LOD, you'll be spending it in stealth until you get Enigma or build specific rune word. Same with Nader, lore helmets, spirit, etc. To an extent. I generally, whenever I do solo self-found, yes, stealth is just always going to be there. I've beaten hell in stealth, but I generally will start playing around with the crafted things to like 86 and your build starts to call for specifics. There's some crazy stuff you can get at high level in Diablo 2. If you're very, very lucky. I have only a couple chase items, and I've played for decades, essentially. And Diablo 2 was my primary income for 2 years. To add on top of that. So, yeah. So, I guarantee you a lot of these build guides where they have perfect items. And there's a few that have impossible items, if you know how item spawning works. Just hack their stuff in. Which is fine. It doesn't really bother me that much. It's just one of those... Whoa, what was that? I saw a giant dragon and it scared me. Let's go ahead and get our heals up. Yeah, I did all the farming guides and stuff like that. I still kind of want to go back and finish a couple kind of esoteric build guides for Diablo 2, but it is a high risk for me to do so because I'm trying to pivot the main channel over to reviews. And the reviews do okay. They get usually between 500 and 10,000 views. I know that's a huge spread, but that's normal for reviews. Unless they're being botted. Runeword's completely invalidated all but the most god tier rares. Yeah, don't let me be wrong though. Still love LOD. Just prefer pre-LOD more. I prefer LOD's inventory size. Actually, I prefer Resurrected's inventory size. But yeah, I see where you're coming from with it. I do wish that there was a way to play pre-LOD but have the LOD uniques without just running a mod.
At these prices, it's practically stealing.
I would love that. But there is not. The only way to do it would be to... Ooh. That's slow, though. I mean, better than what we have. Yeah, I would like to be able to play with just the uniques being brought over. This is... Oh, no. We get outside of that real quick. We take out Face Reaper first.
You have completed. Your pet is fleeing.
Yes, I know my pet is fleeing. Because there's a lot of shit going on there.
Insufficient.
And I'm going to swap over to this. This is why we have that on swap, by the way. Favorite in the early LOD's days was Poison Nova, Tranquil, Necro. Mine? The game's feeling pretty good, by the way, Mike. Thank you for asking. How are you doing today? But my favorite build was Enchantress. My primary build's Necromancers, always, but my favorite build was the fact this would be 1.09, I believe, is what it was. Might have been 1.1. But for a while there, back when cows were really popular to be ran with Javazon, I actually ran... Oh, please don't do this, you jerk. Back when Javazon was super popular for running cows because cows were the way to go, I would run an Enchantress and kind of have a fun time of going faster than the Javazons, because most people didn't know back in the day there was a bug with the exploding arrows where essentially for each source of fire damage you had, it would increase the radius of the explosion. Throw that on an Enchantress doing massive damage with the explosion, and you are able to, with enough small fire damage charms, even if they're just shit tier ones, you're able to essentially have explosions that would hit the entire screen and then some. And you can kind of imagine the direction that goes after a certain amount of time. Because you have piercing as well. Usually would run Kuko Shikaku or Demon Machine. Both were pretty good on it. But yeah, it was... I've always liked the weird, this shouldn't work, but it does builds. That has always been a fascination of mine. That's one reason why I really like Diablo 2, is because they let you do that. I also ran a Storm Shield and Baranar's Star on swap back before way better options came out. We've got a weapon room here, I think. Yeah, it's just a weapon room.
You cannot carry anymore.
Torches are just a mace. Yeah. We need to identify some of this stuff. I'm going to throw some on Roach. Haste, I think we're going to learn.
A new spell has been learned. You have learned a new spell.
The attack bonus. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. That we need to keep on us just for the quest. Oh, multi-shot Amazon before it was great. They gave it that nerf that scaled it down. They've improved multi-shot in Resurrected. Finally. But yeah, there was a long time where it was just completely worthless. Strafe has always been a little bit more powerful with it, but that's a very specific type of build. The nerf to guided arrow is the one that I don't think should have happened, oddly enough. Because the guided arrow nerf, that basically completely took the Breeza from being one of the essentially best bows in the game to being, oh, if you need to use it, you can beat the game with it, but you can probably just make or find better.
A fine day.
Your fame has increased.
So far, I'm enjoying this. We might end up beating this today at the rate we're going. I'll have to take a break in about like an hour, but it'll just be like a 5-10 minute break. Because I think I'm going to continue going on this for a while today. I need to check my hard drive space though before I promise too much. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Just saw a handful of you come through on the little queue. Unfortunately, for some reason, my Twitch activity feed is sluggish lately, and I don't know what it is. Or I would actually say it whenever you guys do follow. But thank you for the follows. What else do we have? Snake, no. Lance of Strength, we should be able to... Oh, we can do that right now. Bump, bump. And that is enough to use that. Do we replace the Orc Spear for it? It's going to be a bit less damage. But it gives us a big strength bonus. I think we actually swap it out for this one. I really like this one for the magic find, but I don't think it's going to do anything. It's fun walking out in the River of Flame or TP into somebody's Chaos Sanctuary and just smoke everything since it killed everything up to what? It was... I think it's 4 screens. It also depends on what resolution you're on. And we're going to go ahead, go back over here. Boop, boop. More strength! And we're going to go with... I think we continue leaning into Spear in case we end up going down to Shield. We're up to 40 Spear skill now. We're leaning hard into it, folks.
Well met.
That's level 11. We don't want that. We want 9 or 10.
Welcome, friend.
You have received a task.
We'll see if that one actually works. Mummy on 11th? No. But yeah, I'm known for playing Necromancer, sadly, so... Well, not sadly. That is still, like, the first thing I go to in any game that has a Necromancer. Because it's just a nice little combo of Summoner and Mage. Which means I can stand back and chat while not having to pay attention to my life.
You have received a task.
Okay, so we have a bunch of level 11 ones and a couple level 9 that we might not be able to do. It's unfortunate, but we'll try. We should get some stuff for our Roach as well. I need some kind of like life leech for him. We're just not getting it.
Hello, wanderer.
Let's see. Heart of Luck. Magic Find. That would not be bad. That's an earring. I think that's better than what we have. Summon Necro and Maggot Lair is the worst. Yes. That's why you almost always have to hunt down a teleport staff. Not too hard to do, but I still remember back in the days whenever he was just called a Lagamancer. But yeah, that's a whole different discussion. Suppose we could check over here for stuff. How is it so far? Running smoothly. We've ran across 2 bugs. One of them was it not keeping track of audio levels properly, and the other one was... Ooh, what do we want here? The other one was the town portal books eating 5 instead of 1. We could try for a shield. Not going to complain about that. Question is, which one of these do we keep? Do we keep the higher damage one, or do we keep the faster one? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. How much slower is slow? 1, 2, 3. Oh, yeah, that is like half the speed. We want this one. Played the demo and it was badly optimized. This is running fine on my system. I am running a Team Red system with... I can tell you the specs real quick. I want to say it's 6700. But my brain might just be a little bit all over the place right now. Pop that open. My specs are... 5700X and a 6700 XT. That tells you the specs. You can always put one weapon swap and see if you like it. Yeah. I'm also just keeping it there. Demo was also an alpha build from over a year ago. I am surprised that it was... I didn't actually get to try the alpha. If anyone's wondering, the demo. I got into the playtest, but got swamped that week, so just didn't get anything done. Okay, so level 9. Do any... Yeah, none of you have anything but level 11s, because you are jerks. But yeah, it feels fine. It runs better than the original for me. But the original requires jumping through a bunch of hoops to get running properly.
You enter the portal.
Yeah, more attacks means more chance to proc things as well. So journal-wise, we have Retrieve Axe from level 9 and Maul of Minos from level 9. I don't know if we really have any extra areas to explore here. These feel like they should spawn stuff, but they don't. We're doing some decent damage with single stabs. I think the shield will help us stay alive a little bit longer. That's just one of those things. Okay, yeah, no bodies left to actually mess with stuff, so... chance of us finding it, pretty much nil. Because both of those were item quests. Really wanted to play PoE 2 since it seemed more your style than PoE 1, but your system does not like that game. 4070, Ryzen 7, 7800, X3D, Win 11. PC hard freeze is like 40. It's PoE 2. This is worth noting, I don't actually have PoE 2. But it is very much sounding like it's still beta. There's a 10th level one. Still AP that it's 25, but you had a ton of fun with this as a kid, so 20 for 200 hours of gameplay is quite a steal. I thought it was cheaper than that right now. They changed the price since last time I checked. I don't think they did. I think that requires approval through Steam. And Valve does not like doing that kind of stuff. Am I sure I want to delete those items? Yes. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it is $20 right now. some reason I was thinking it was $20 in discount from that, but that was because I checked it how long ago last time? Yeah, it's 25 base, 20 at the current discount. We want level 10 stuff.
Well met.
Let's see if he
You have
spawns.
received the quest.
If he doesn't spawn, fine. We're not going to get enough level 10 quests to fill it up anyway. For like 200 hours of gameplay is quite a steal. Just worth noting,
Hello.
if you're buying it for nostalgia,
You
just
have received
remember
the quest.
that nostalgia does not quite have quite the longevity as non-nostalgia. You got it for $19.99, you got a discount, but not sure why. Maybe because you have the other fake games. It's a release day discount. Pretty much every company has started doing that to get early adopters in, to get those early reviews, so it gets on new and trending. If you're ever wondering why they do that, it is literally just so they can get on that trending tab. It doesn't work for a lot of them because there was, what, just under 19,000 games released in 2024, and we're on pace to match that this year. That's on Steam alone,
Welcome, friend.
which is ridiculous. There's no way for anybody to keep up with all that. Just want some life leech on earrings or on... Yeah, I'm wondering why it's 25 for some people and 20 for others. Was there a pre-order on it or something?
Have I got a deal for you?
Seeing what all we have. I'm not seeing anything too great for us. But yeah, if you plan on playing them, it functions. It is fit for purpose. It is a solid game.
You enter the portal.
Yeah, it's not just the base game. It is all 4 games. And I think they are alive, yes. So we can get this quest done while we're here.
You have completed a quest.
That was a weird matchup. Both missing each other. He tries to run away and gets ganked. And we'll go down to level 10 and start doing those. Are we going to get to 40 today? Our pace is going to start picking up, but we are going to eventually hit a wall. Why am I getting a message? Uno momento. Let's go check this real quick. Sorry. I was not expecting that message, but I approve. If you're watching, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, all 4 of them are in Reforged. Things are worth decent XP down here. I think after you beat the boss, you can do the whole... I forget what it's called. Basically, you make an heir. I am not liking how horrible our hit chance is, though. We have been dumping into it, and we still can't hit the broadside of a barn. It's one thing I like about Diablo 2 is it shows me my percent chance to hit what I just attacked. Okay, so that is actually in the hallway.
A trap has been sprung. You have sprung a trap.
I'm just going through cleaning up enemies. It's not like we're really threatened by any of the enemies so far. It is fine. It's just I'm nervous at how many misses we've been getting. So it means that we probably have close to like an 80-something% chance to hit. Which, if you guys know my RNG luck, I make Will Wheaton look lucky. just to put it in a comparison thing. Let's see. Not sure if you guys are familiar with it or not, but one of the remake remasters that came out of nowhere and caught you by surprise, Tokyo Extreme Racer on Steam. That was one of your favorite PS2 games. I didn't know that had gotten a remake at all. I know that there's a Tokyo Drift game that keeps spamming my inbox, but it's not the Tokyo Race Extreme. I say spamming. It's they've sent, I think I've gotten 2 emails about it, which is abnormal for a game like that. Because I generally don't cover racing games. I am action RPGs, CRPGs, tactics, indie, and on the Let's Play Everything channel, roguelites. I will do first impressions of them on the main channel, but
You have completed a quest.
do we complete all the quests? No, we have Sweevers, which is destroy the Minotaur. Okay. Is there no tooltip whenever you... There is just... Let's see. Rating of the likelihood that you will strike. No, there isn't a % chance. We're well known. Doing quests. We're making a name for ourselves. We're finding the fisherman every 5 seconds. Okay, you just go back and sell stuff, I think. Oh, we got our first gem. Sweet. Not gonna take it right now.
Your pet has departed.
I forget what the formula for how long they are is. It's similar to what it is. Hey, Dantrum, how you doing?
The quest is completed.
You by surprise too? Not a huge racing fan, but Tokyo Extreme Racer Zero on PS2 just hit different for you. Something no other racing game has been able to touch on since. I'll have to try it out. I think I can get hold of either a friend's copy of it or like the original. Or I can just try and source a copy of it. Give it a stab. I don't think I've played it. On PS2, I wasn't doing many racing games. For me, the PlayStation racing game that I was really into was freaking Gran Turismo 1. But that was PlayStation 1.
You step into the portal.
Let's see if he sells stuff. Yay! Pet meets me in town. That's a quick way to get it to dump its inventory.
Well met.
That's 13th. Remake on Steam is not full release yet. Think they plan on releasing the second half in like April. I am generally hesitant for remakes that are not done. I'm also slightly hesitant on early access titles unless they are roguelites as well. Because roguelites, you can at least say, okay, there's enough content here for me to say I am going to enjoy this and it's worth the investment. But for, say, I'm trying to think of another example, but for, say, like an RPG that's only got 2 of 6 chapters done, is it really worth it just to have those 2 chapters and never get the end of the story? That's a little bit more rough for me. First racing game that you ever played that you rolled behind someone on the street, flash your lights at them, and the race was on? Oh. That mechanic has been in a few of them now. They probably borrowed it from that, though. PS2 had a lot of great games on it. It's probably, if I had to choose a single platform, PS2 would probably be the one I'd choose to go with. Sorry about that. That one came out of nowhere.
A fine day.
Oh, wait. That is a summon. Full Fighter the Topaz Gel has assembled an army of bugbears. Yes, we'll take
You
that.
have received a task.
We want floor 11. Oh, we'll take that one. That's another group of enemies. Okay, we need to identify some stuff real quick. That, improved chance of block. Crossbow of spikes. Stone club of the tortoise. Turtle. Vitality bonus. Do we really care about that much? We only have like one socket of craft to put stuff in. Because we don't have a lot of socketed gear.
Come closer. I might be
No boots from you either. You jerk. We need more decks for the spears. You're the same way. Get burned on too many games that launch into EA and never came out. Made an exception for Tokyo, though. You put about 20 hours into it before waiting for the rest. I mean, as long as you've gotten your money out of it, that's fine. There's a few games that went into early access that I got my money out of, and they've never released. I do prefer early access over Kickstarter these days, though, because I got burned. After I got burned on Kickstarter, I stopped doing Kickstarter. I know there's a lot of good things on Kickstarter. I got some of the best cookies I've ever had in my life off of Kickstarter. But no, the company did not continue making them. They made the one batch for Kickstarters, and then that was that. Let's go ahead. Let's go murder them. That's all we have to do here.
Step into the portal.
We do need to get some more levels into Charm so we can continue making portals. So there's a number of enemies alive. Easy enough to kill, though. If we can actually hit. Holy crap. Stop backing games on Kickstarter. You do it for books and other arts, yeah. If I had more money to spare, I would. I would definitely back a bunch of artists. I'm not sure if I'd back music at this point, but I would back comic books and artists. Because I know a few people who have gotten graphic novels going on there before. Hi, fisherman. No, we don't care about you. Why are they all dropping spiked clubs?
The quest is completed.
Okay, Torvis, destroy Fool Fighter, the Topaz Gel, and his Bugbear minions on level 10. I am not seeing him anywhere. Killed the Bugbears. I do not see the Topaz Gel. Is he on a different floor? Fool Fighter, the Topaz Gel, and its Bugbear minions. So only the Bugbear minions spawned. They're dropping what they have equipped. I'm just wondering why they all have freaking spiked club equipped. It's just a random little thing there, and I stumble over my words.
You are exhausted.
I'm not sure if it's intending to give me quests on the floor that I'm on. Although if I remember correctly, the original game did do that anyway. See, is this spear better than ours? Nope. I can read instructions. Let's see. Drop tables might be bugged. It could also just be...
You enter the portal.
I'm trying to think what would be causing them to put them on the same level and not have it spawn. That could be caused by tables being bugged as well. That would just be a 0 offset.
Hello?
Yeah, we'll take floor 11 ones. That's our next floor. You want Sony to add Champions of Norath, the PS2, EverQuest, aRPG, and Classic Game section of PSN. EverQuest, I forget who they would be licensing that through.
You are overburdened.
Oh no, I'm overburdened because I don't know how to arrange my inventory. You have a level 11 one? Yes.
You have received a quest.
At these prices, it's practically stealing.
It's a big-ass club. That would be a fun build to do, too, is just a giant club build in this. Oh, nothing too amazing on them. Looking for another 11?
And you're always welcome here. And you're always welcome here.
That's a 13. We're looking for an 11. I do need to see if anybody else is streaming right now. They're doing fine. One thing I do, in case you're wondering why I do sometimes check who's streaming. One, so I can raid out whenever I eventually do that. But also... Sure, I'll take that out. That should make them spawn. But also because I like lurking on smaller creators' channels to help them at least get some traction. Because I'm mostly YouTube. Whether there's 2 people watching or 200 people watching, YouTube's still my main thing. So Twitch is kind of like just so you can see behind the scenes of how that stuff's made. But it is what it is.
You step into the portal.
You step into the portal to fight some wolves. Those guys are a little bit durable. Whatever will we do? Yeah, my inventory's fine. I'm hoping... Champions of North is currently owned by a Swedish company called EG7. Guess their entire gimmick is they snatch up IPs and sit on them until... I would have to go look at them. There's a couple companies that do that. There's one they haven't done it here recently on any big scale. But for a long time, they were acquiring a bunch of small indie companies. And I'm forgetting the name of them. It's kind of like what Gamers did to Games Media, where they just bought up a bunch of them and then closed them down. But there was a company that was doing that almost EA style for game developers. And I've forgotten their name. They don't ever release anything, so they don't make a profit. They're just sitting on IPs, which is absolutely bloody awful. It's really unfortunate. And you know if someone makes something too similar to them, they might just go after them. Oh, ice floor. Go around the torch. Oh, geez. Firewall, ground wall fire. We can do twisters.
You have learned a new spell.
Yeah, we can only learn a certain number of attack spells and defensive spells, so we do have to be a little bit considerate about that, but for the most part, I'm fine. On this floor, our quests are retrieve Spitter and destroy 7 voltaic gels, which are relatively easy to kill. These Yetis are a lot more dangerous than them. Ooh, we might have got new gloves. Or they ransom the IPs back to people who actually care about them. Yeah. There's all kinds of shady stuff that goes on in pretty much everything these days.
You have completed a quest.
It is unfortunate. That is why we have Roach. I need to get an AoE heal for Roach. Yeah, I'm trying to remember the name of the company that has been doing that lately. It's an investment firm is what it is, technically. But it's going to bother me. They got a bunch of bad press a little while back for some of it as well.
You have been granted new skills.
Oh no, not new skills. Whatever will I do? I need to identify stuff is what I need to do. Attack magic skill bonus and mixed results, one of those. Okay, stat-wise, currently doing pretty good on strength. We now have shield set up. So I think we do actually dump all 6 of those into shield. And we go for dexterity so we have a better chance of hitting. But yeah, the gaming industry is a flustercluck. A lot of creative industries are right now. Generative AI being one of the problems. Although also the unrelenting pursuit of escalating profits is another issue. Nobody really wants to just make a company that's sustainable these days, and it feels very weird. There's a few indie studios that have actually done really well, feeding into a niche and not overscoping their games. But as soon as you get some of these big publishers in there, you end up with a result of, well, if you didn't sell 30% more than last year, your series is dead. Which you don't always have to do that. You can just have a cash cow company where it's just a constant, just steady trickle. It doesn't have to be this, we are going orders of magnitude above what is necessary to sustain the company to justify the existence of it. Things can be just marginally profitable and sustainable and be just fine. As long as everybody's getting paid and you're still releasing products, it's not a bad thing. If I remember, it's the Gene Saga series that did that. Or am I thinking of a different one? It was a very low pixel quality aRPG. They recently did remasters. It's not Gen Saga or whatever it's called. Genforge is the name that I was thinking of, but I don't think that's the series I was thinking of, though.
The quest is completed.
Okay, so we completed our quests. Let's get ourselves back to town real quick. You hear that's essentially what happened to Bloodborne. I've heard that Sony has tried keeping the IP from the license holder a few times, but they want a ridiculous sum for it, so Sony was like, nah. I don't actually know who has the license for
You step into the portal.
Bloodborne. I think it is oh shit, I'm forgetting their name. It's not From Software. From Software is just the developer of it. It is crap. Not Capcom. I'm forgetting who it is, but yeah, I know what you're talking about with that one. That happens quite a bit. That or there's an exclusivity deal with Sony that is keeping them from taking it off of there, because those can last for an ungodly amount of time as well. Mana bonus, damage taken reduced. I think our current shield is better.
Welcome, friend. A fine day.
It was traveling in the forest in Emerald Gel. It stole my mage's cap. We've already done most of 11, so we don't want that one. That's 14th level. Definitely don't want that. We want 12th level
Always welcome here.
You have
or
received
lower.
a task.
Well met.
Smells. Ooh, that smells good. I think someone is making tacos. I'm not talking about good tacos. They are white people tacos, but I like white people tacos. I like good tacos too, but Insidious Carbon, that's 12th floor.
Well met.
Those are smelling good.
Let me show you what I have to sell. Huh?
That is piercing damage. It's got magic find. I think it might be better than what we have on our swap. Requires, does it give us magic? No, of course not. We're gonna have to invest points in magic to actually use it. But that is a better bow. Because what I think will happen when we unequip that, this will turn red. Yeah. Yeah, I never thought we'd see Fate on consoles either, to be blunt. But hey, now we have it. Although I still think PC is the better platform for it because it plays better with keyboard and mouse. Action RPGs in general do, but we only have 2 quests on this next floor. That's unfortunate.
You step into the portal.
So we'll just finish off the stuff here. And I just zoomed in the map. There we go. This is another reason I keep the range stuff on there. So we can open the crates without it blowing up our face. I do see things wandering down here. Hello, friends. I have come to stab you. Let's go ahead and get some spiders.
Your pet has grown more skilled.
Yay! Pet leveled up again. Congratulations, pet. You are only partially garbage. The XCOM accuracy, exactly. You have a 95% chance to hit. That means you're going to hit that 5% every time. Part of me wishes I could just jump down the hole. There are some games where you can do that, and it's great. I feel like shortcutting down a hole. I don't care if my knees go breaky. Legend of Grimrock is one like that. Great game, by the way, if you like dungeon crawlers. Really did revitalize the industry. I mean, the genre. Thing that I don't like is that the second game just overscoped a bit.
You have sprung
The first one was about the right length. Second game was too much. At least for me. There's people who love it. Oh, let's see. Diablo 3 had a really good console port. Baldur's Gate, Dark Alliance 1 and 2 were great on console. Same with Champions of North. Those were built around consoles to begin with. Diablo 3, to an extent, I don't think they... Yes, it was built around PC first, and it was released on PC first. I have a whole story about my first encounters with Diablo 3 and why I might be slightly biased against it. But I do feel like Diablo 3 was designed with the idea of we might be bringing this to console. So let's make it balance around that. As you can tell by the limited ability pool and stuff. Big surprise plus Age of Empires coming to PlayStation. Oh, Age of Empires is going to PlayStation? Ooh. I don't know how that's going to play, but I actually liked Command & Conquer on Sega Saturn. Yes, I played Command & Conquer on Sega Saturn. Fight me. You might have a 95% chance to hit, but when you subtract the 33 1/3% chance of hitting me, because you can't, and add it to my 66 2/3 chance, it's now 1v1, and add to that my 50-50, and you've got 176 75% chance of missing me. You were never good at Steiner maths. Ah! That hurts me. Don't make me go play a Steiner Scout Lance again. Stardew Valley gambling time. Stardew Valley is a game that I have not played much of. Age of Mythology is out and plays great. I know a few people who covered that. I requested a press key for it and didn't get it, so I was kind of like, eh. But it looks good. It's one of those games that I don't know if I would ever end up actually reviewing it. So I only put it as like a 60% chance to... I would probably do a first impression video on it instead of a full review. Because it's one of those that you can play for 12,000 hours and still have more things you can mess around with. Vanilla D3 was a massive disappointment. It felt like $60 beta. Reaper of Souls saved the game. Reaper of Souls definitely improved the game. My story of Diablo 3, and I'm sure the old timers that have watched the channel for ages are tired of hearing this story. And it's okay if you are. That is perfectly fine. Is when Diablo 3 was doing its beta tests, I was lucky enough to get in. Haha! I was happy to get in. I was eager to try it. I was downloading it. I saw, hey, I can play it before it finishes downloading. I hop in. I'm playing through. It's fine. I have a crappy video card at the time. It's running at about 28 to 35 frames per second. Not great, but it worked. As soon as it finished downloading, it said my video card wasn't supported. And kicked me out and wouldn't let me launch the game again. I was irritated. Very irritated at that point because I had been playing the game for several hours at that point. But
you have completed the quest.
In the end, I went back and replayed it, enjoyed replaying it. It's fine enough. It's an arcadey action RPG, which is fine. There's a place for all kinds of RPGs. I think it would have been received better if it wasn't marketed as a Diablo game. Funnily enough, I think they could have actually started their own Warcraft action RPG series, but then it would have been completely competing with World of Warcraft.
Will you tempt fate?
Will I tempt fate? Yes.
Fate smiles upon you.
That was risky with my only... Steiner Math is one of the best promos of all time. Apparently it actually adds up the numbers he rattles off. Jeez. I would actually have to sit down and look at it. Really hope to see the Command & Conquer series comes back to PlayStation this year for its 30th anniversary. I doubt it. EA is not good at doing stuff like that. EA is very dismissive of their franchises. It's not a good Diablo game, but it's a good action RPG. Exactly. It's just to a different audience than Diablo. And Diablo 4 is to an entirely different audience still. Yes, I lost a lot of growth for not sticking with Diablo 4. But I think in the long run, I made the right decision. Diablo 4, everybody I know from the Diablo 2 scene that stuck with it is now stuck in Diablo. A few of them have been complete pricks, but that's a whole different discussion. There we go. But yeah, it's definitely a journey. We are not getting good loot. We have a ton of money, though. And we will get completely throttled by something in the very near future. You prefer Fate over Diablo? I can understand that. It's there. The mystery dungeon aspect of Fate does have a definite appeal that Diablo itself does not, even in the least kind of approach. Diablo is much more balanced around story and grinding specific loot, whereas Fate is more about seeing how deep you can go and about having that lineage of your character, about exploring the procedural dungeon and just enjoying your time with the entire game. This area is definitely not showing off the visibility improvements. This area was really bad in Fate, the original, but it definitely is a lot more chaotic feeling. Let's see. The Diablo 4 expansion, as far as you're concerned, will hold a special place in hell for you. You didn't mind the main character being overconfident. That's been a thing since D1, but Diablo 4's expansion added in the whole we can do anything with the power of friendship theme and just made you mad. As opposed to the dystopian that Diablo usually is. But yeah, Diablo 4 for me, it feels like a money grab.
Your pet has fled.
Really good time there fleeing, little bud. Slowly punching my way through this guy. Kill the mimic in a minute.
You have completed a quest.
I cannot wait until we get less skeletons on the floors. Oh, there's a Fate statue.
Will you attempt fate?
Earth Juggler has been summoned.
Your pet has fled.
You're fine. Stop panicking, pet. Go to town and sell stuff. But yeah, for me, Diablo 4, story-wise, has a serious case of MacGuffinitis. The itemization in Diablo 4 when it dropped was god-awful. Now it's just uninspired. It's the nicest way to put it. There's literally a spot in the story in the expansion where one important NPC says you and another important NPC. Why are we not hitting you? There you go. He designed this pathway to only be revealed through true friendship. I wonder if someone on the dev team put that in there just to cause people to have fits. If that's what they wanted to do with the story, more power to them. I can still play the Diablo games I enjoy. I don't have to... Oh, what the fuck are you? That's not disturbing in the least. It's a screaming face. But yeah, most of the people who play in my Lancer sessions will tell you I'm not one to go down those paths with my stories, but if you want to, it's fine. I tend to go down the trauma routes. If my players' characters are not deeply disturbed by the end of the season of the series of games, then I have not done my job. Although I'm trying to do more of a ethical issue on this one rather than go for complete Horrorville. Yeah.
Your stamina is low.
My stamina is low.
Your pet has returned.
Hello, pet. You have an enemy there. Hi, Mummy. Frankly, I like the voice acting in most of the game. The actual dialogue, pretty good for a lot of it as well. For MacGuffin-itis, it always just felt like I don't think we'll see a final chapter of Diablo 4. If we do, it will be, this is our final DLC. We're closing down the game in 2 years. So long, farewell, and thanks for all the cash. That's what I think is probably going to end up with it. Because they're going to keep stringing along and push things back as much as possible to get as much money out of it. It is a game as a service. I want my action RPGs to not be games as a service. I want them to be games that I can actually enjoy playing with friends. I did not know that was the same voice actor, but it wouldn't surprise me. That voice actor is awesome. I am a huge Cowboy Bebop fan. Him and Jet Black's voice actor. Those are like two of my favorite voice characters in the English dub of Cowboy Bebop. The English dub of Cowboy Bebop is a masterclass in doing a dub, though. Hey, get back here! I think we've actually done both the quests for this floor. Yeah, we have. Could go back and redeem them. I'm going to finish clearing out the floor, and we're going to aim for level 13s. We might end up beating the first game today. We'll find out. Yeah, I really... I also like that Cowboy Bebop just has a proper ending. It's a good anime. It's a good series to begin with. The voice acting is just a masterclass on how to hire your freaking voice actors. Get the right people for the job. An example of one that I don't like the English voice actors in, and no shade on the actual voice actors. I'm sure they're fine. It's more the lines don't really fit the characters, is Freerin. Oh, you don't even have to say when it comes to Diablo. with that statement, you don't even have to say when it comes to Diablo. They've been that for... Oh, geez. There was still a little bit of life in it whenever Diablo 3 released. But ever since the merger with Activision... it's just been downhill. You're trying to be polite. Don't have to be polite to Blizzard here. I've said my piece. There's a reason they don't send me press keys. There is a reason. One, I don't stream on Twitch very often. That's probably one of the reasons. At least I didn't whenever they were doing Diablo 4's release. And they do prefer Twitch over any other platform. They are a Twitch-first company. But I have made it very clear that my stance on Blizzard as a whole company, they're dog shit. But there's a lot of exceptional talent. There's a lot of great devs at Blizzard, and they are trying to make great games. They are being strangled by the business team. So it's very hard for them to actually get out anything that, in my opinion, they could be super proud of. Diablo 4 patch after patch is slowly being reverted back to Diablo 3 with improved graphics. Next major content patch is bringing back more key Diablo 3 features. As long as they have the microtransactions, they'll just keep modifying stuff. I wish somebody would be brave enough to attempt a Diablo 2 style game, but still very few people are. We've seen a few in the indie space, but nobody in the AA or AAA. Let's go. Do we want to go back to town? Yeah, we want to go back to town.
You step into the portal.
Oh no. Let's see. We need to drop off yours. We're looking for level 13, I believe now.
And you're always welcome here.
Yeah, level 13 is what we're looking for. Yes, we'll take that one.
The quest.
That's level 15.
A fine day.
Level 12 we'll go ahead and take, because that's going to be a spawn. The only company close to that is probably Creator Entertainment with Grim Dawn. Their aRPG formula hasn't changed since Titan Quest. I don't think this one's going to spawn Bathammer, but we'll try it.
Received a task.
Student's Cap of the Lizard. Movement speed bonus requires 20 magic. I mean, sure. Movement speed is always welcome.
And you're always welcome here.
Do I think it's worth buying the remake right now? I mean, if you have nostalgia for Fate, absolutely yes. Because it's all 4 games in one package. You're basically getting $5 a game, which is good for retro games, and they actually don't require fighting to get running. But
Have I got a deal?
if you're kind of on the fence, maybe wait until it drops until 15, but you're getting a good deal regardless. It's just a matter of how much nostalgia you have for a mystery dungeon style action RPG. This is not Diablo. This is mystery dungeon action RPG. This is, you can go millions of floors down and keep going. So, how are we looking on level ups? I don't think we have any stats or skills to kind of dump into stuff yet. No, we don't. Do I bother getting the magic for the other crossbow? I don't think I do. Sitting at almost 200k.
You step into the portal.
But I'm enjoying it. I mean, we're already, what, 12 levels down? How much is your nostalgia worth to you? I'm gonna hold it hostage. I've got a particular set of skills. Killing your nostalgia is one of them. Sorry, that's dumb jokes, but hey. You came here for a reason, my dudes and dudettes. Duderinos, there we go. I can speak in old people language, because I am old people. Speaking of which, I think the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle video is today on the channel. Speaking of being old, I have been a fan of that since the 80s. And when I heard tactics game, I had to try it. It's okay. It's an okay tactics game. It's kind of in the same line as... Oh, I'm trying to remember the name of the mech game from the people who did Faster Than Light. Into the Breach. There we go. Where are you at? There you are.
You have completed the quest.
Yeah, Bathammer just doesn't spawn. It seems to not want to spawn the boss mob. If we take those. So we need one that's just a group of X are invading. If we take a quest for the same floor we're on. You play Last Epoch right now. You used to play this as a kid, but you don't know if there's enough for you. I mean, it is an endless dungeon. I don't think you'll ever get to the 2.1 millionth floor or whatever it is that is the max depth, but I suppose you could try. If it takes you 3 minutes per floor and you're just zipping down, I do wonder how long that would take. 3 minutes per floor, 2.1 million floors. How many years is that? Of just constant play. You think Blizzard needs to stop forcing devs who have no idea what the magic of the classics were to let them cook new IPs? It's not even the devs so much. There are actually competent devs working on these. It is, we need to incorporate X, Y, and Z to maximize profits. There are good ideas in Diablo 4. It's just the big issue in the room is, well, that's not profitable. We need to kind of stagger these out so that people will buy the expansion so they can get access to, you know, rune words and stuff. Never played Fate before, but have Torchlight was inspired from. It's not just inspired from Fate. Like, half of the direction of Torchlight is a person who worked on Fate. They developed the pet system for this and brought it straight into Torchlight and stuff like that. The main difference between this and Torchlight is that this is much more procedurally generated and it is a mystery dungeon style. But it's still a lot of fun. You've played almost every action RPG. I have a question. And this is going to make a nod at something that I might be working on in the very near future. Have you played Crater? 3 minutes, 2 million floors is 11 years of straight playing. I think you got this.
Well, what can I do for you?
If someone can do a 300+ hour speed run, and that be the fastest, you can do 2 million floors in 11 years. Yeah, we'll cancel the 12th floor one. Looking for 13s. It's a manager who looks at the game's ad, says, we also add this, take out that, or change this design. Piecemeal this out. We have to make this last X number of years. Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff that goes into it. It's not all of it is malevolent, but it is definitely maximizing profits.
You have received a task.
Which, yes, that's business, but if you make a good product, you'll have people buying your next product.
Well, you're always welcome here.
I haven't thought about Crater in years. I tried getting it running properly the other day. It's not very stable. It's stable enough to get going, but it crashes after about an hour for me. I don't know if that came through on the mic. Hey, Daladon, how's it going? Welcome. Welcome to me tormenting people with fate. I am torn a little bit about what I want to do with this build and how I want to cover the game. We look like a freaking evil elf. I'm sorry, we really do. Can't tell me we don't look like just an evil little elf. Buy your torches and pitchforks here. I mean, considering I recently mentioned my opinion on GoldenEye, I'm pretty sure there's a few people with pitchforks. I should do a stream of Crater. It would get 1 viewer. Hey, Sonic, how's it going? You mained Odd Job? No, but I know people who did. But no, it's my stance that GoldenEye was a good game for its time. It's not a good game, if that makes sense. There are other things in the exact same space that do it better, that have improved upon it and shown the flaws. There were better games on N64, even within its own genre. But nostalgia tends to keep it holding a little bit stronger for some people. Yeah, Perfect Dark is a good example. Who would have thought putting a reticle in a first-person shooter was a novel idea? For those wondering, yes, that was an innovation at the time. Okay, need to load you up with crap. You sell later. Oh, these are just normal health potions. I will replace those with majors. You watched Cruelest Chris play both, and his really dry humor lifts you through the ancient graphics and silliness. That game stopped working for you right after upgrading PCs back in the day. Only worked on the hardware it was on. Oh, Crater, that is, yeah. Fun fact about Crater is, one, it was released before the Steam refund thing, and dumbass me at the time was actually really eager to play it. And I had a Windows 7 machine. For those that don't know, Crater required Windows 8. So, or was it XP to 7? It was one of those. Yeah, Crater is... It never got the polish it needed. And it's the RE2 remake effect, as you call it. Resident Evil 3's remake was originally intended to be an additional campaign you unlocked after beating RE2, but Capcom's financial side cut it. Fun fact that will make you hate EA even more. Work on Nox 2. For those of you who don't know Nox, go check out the video I made on it. But Westwood was actually working on a Nox 2. I never used Vista. I've worked on it because I've had to take care of family computers with it, but I never used Vista myself. I went XP to 7 to 10. I skipped the shit ones. Although Vista nowadays, like after you get all the patches and stuff into it, wasn't that bad. But when it first released, holy hell, that was awful. Of course, Windows 11 was the same way. But anyway, I had a copy of it. Couldn't play it. Couldn't refund it. Still have it today. You're on 11 now and you hate it? There are a number of things I hate about 11. One of the most important ones... You can't see it. Of course, I can't see it either because it's full screen. I'm sorry. Drink time, 1 second. I failed to hydrate, so I'm dehydrating. Mm. But yeah, one of the things I hate about Windows 11, you can tell probably where I move the cursor, is that I can't move the taskbar where I want it. The way I had it on Windows 10, and this was perfect for streaming, was I actually had my taskbar mounted to the side. Like so, just like over here, on my second monitor. On Windows 11, you have to have it on your primary monitor, or you have to have it on all monitors. And you can't dock it to the 7 without installing basically modifying your installation of Windows. And I would do that, but every time Windows updates, it breaks shit like that, which makes me very annoyed. There is also an issue, which we don't run into with this, it's only with certain types of programs and games, where everything that's not in focus gets very limited frame rates, which can make it very terrifying to stream. Things like MechWarrior 5 is a good example of this. Whenever I'm monitoring the stream on the second monitor, it looks like it's super choppy because of that. Let's see. Seriously, you've known that Fate Saga for years. On top of that, Fate Saga is about to celebrate its 20th anniversary. Sweet. It's so weird to think that how old some games I loved are. Because a lot of the games that I played a ton of are now like 30 plus years old. And I remember vividly the environment I was playing in, so I wasn't like super young. It's mentally jarring. Almost mentally cupping. What? No. Sorry, that was a very stupid joke. That was the only other container I could think of. Potting wouldn't have made sense. Let's go with... I need to do this first. I'm probably making people nervous with my low life.
Not enough mana.
Faster cast speed and chance to find magic items. Ooh, and slashing. Do we go dagger on our side? Not as jarring as our birthday numbers. I have to sit down and calculate how old I am whenever people ask me how old I am. So I literally just say, I'm in my 40s. Unless you want to wait for me to math something out and possibly get it wrong, don't ask me my exact age. Phantasy Star Online turns 25 this year. How old is Phantasy Star 4? That was my favorite Phantasy Star. I played the crap out of that. Although, even though I'm going to go back and cover it again, I probably will have to go to a guide for it, because I get lost in that game so easily.
The quest is completed.
Oh, it's a big shield. Goodness gracious. Okay, so we've got both of our quests done here. And I think the only place we haven't explored is there in the middle. You're as old as Die Hard? Okay. I was born on the same day as several catastrophes.
You have triggered a... You have sprung.
if that makes anyone feel better. I don't know what else I'd be the exact age of. Do all Phantasy Star games take place in the same universe, or is it like Final Fantasy where they share names and enemies, but the worlds are all different? Yes. If that makes sense. It's... Oh, wow. They're detached from each other, but yes, they do take place in the same universe, if I remember correctly. I am not as versed on Phantasy Star as I am on Final Fantasy. One of those happen to be the Mount St. Helen eruption? I actually don't know the date on that. I'm not too far off of it. Couple of years. But yes, I am old. I am several years older than Die Hard. I'm older than Total... I was born before Total Biscuit was born. So that made him passing even more jarring for me because I was a huge fan of his. He's the reason I got into doing YouTube. Him, H.C. Bailey, and Kurt J. Mac were my three big inspirations. You're 1 year younger than Chernobyl? Nuclear. Wasn't there some big thing that happened with Chernobyl recently with like a leak or something?
You enter the portal.
Or a breach? Thought there was. I thought there was like something in the protective thing that they had made that got busted. Level 13? No. We're currently on level 13. We need level 14 quests.
Welcome, friend.
That's 15. That might just be close enough. That's 16th.
Hello.
That's 13th. We might not get one. There's
You
one.
have received a task.
Well met.
Nobody wants to give me level 14 quests. You guys are jerks.
I've got something special you might be interested in.
Ooh, life stolen per hit. That would be handy if I could put it on my pet bee.
Ready for sale, so I do, eh? Hello, wanderer.
Do I have anything that I can put on him that's good? Yeah, Russia might. It might be from Russia bombing. It might be from
Fortune favor you.
whatchamacallit. That's mana stolen. That's more gold. Of course you don't give... Oh, hey, we got one. That might go on us, actually. Seeing what all we have options for.
You never know what sort of deals you'll find among my wares.
Let's go ahead and we'll just grab a pendant from you. And we will grab... That's too high of a strength requirement. Try the belt as well. I think we go for the strength bonus. I don't know what that does for our damage. 48 to 62 versus 49 to 63. That just does better. What about you? Do you have any... Don't. I think we go ahead and just give that to you. You at least have some lifesteal. According to a brief Google search, Russian drone equipped with a warhead flew into the protective shell placed around the Chernobyl power plant in an alleged attempt to force a radiation leak. Ah, that's probably what it was. And thank you for the follow as well. I'm glad that you people are enjoying Fate. It's been fated. Actually, I forgot to check if you have a good shield. You have very large shields. You don't have good shields. Probably look badass on us, but we're currently just an angry elf with a pokey stick.
And you're always welcome here.
The gear icon art style reminds you a lot of hand-drawn style that Salt and Sanctuary has. Ooh. Yeah, I can see that. It does have that we were in a hurry to upscale stuff kind of blurriness to it, though, as well.
You enter the
I think Salt and Sanctuary feels a lot more intentional. Which I still need to cover those games. I've played them. It's just, I haven't gotten all the way to the end on them. I falter a lot on Souls-likes, if you guys are curious. Oh, hi. Nice of you to spawn camp on me there, Mr. Griffin. Got him. I think that zombie was actually blocking our attacks on the little tiger guy. That is an earring we can go ahead and identify. You're always on the lookout for the next great Souls-like. Oddly enough, my favorite Souls-like is one that people are gonna probably not like that much. That's Hellpoint. For some reason, I just like it. It's got a nice little mix of things going on for it. But I am going to be right back in just a minute. And we are going to finish exploring level 14. I'm going to go to town before I do that. Just so we don't die down here for our first death. Oh, you're going AFK for just like half a second? Yeah, I'm going for like 5 minutes, maybe. Then I'll be back and we will go deeper. I just need to refresh my drinks and all that fun jazz, so be right back. Okay, I'm back and I have tacos and drink. Oh, hopefully everyone's still doing all right. I'm going to take a bite of my taco and then we'll dive in. Yes, I will be eating them as we go further down. Mmm. And let's see. I think we were going to sell these, weren't we? Ooh, major healing charm. So I guess these are upgrades to that. The remake so far, I'm enjoying it. It's...
What can I do for you?
He's a ripoff of Griswold, but the run's going pretty good, and the remake is going pretty good as well. It comes with all 4 games, so it's basically $5 per game. I ran across 2 bugs. One was the town portals eating up 5 from a book, so just use scrolls instead. It's easy to compensate for. And the other one was audio levels not staying where they're supposed to be between the games. The third game in particular was particularly loud. Other than that, they're fine. They play, if you have nostalgia for it, absolutely worth trying for it. No, we're just gonna get rid of those.
Hello, wanderer.
And do we have anything good in here from our last trip down? Not really. We could end up in crossbows just from gear. But yeah, I found a shield, and the run is going pretty good. We haven't died yet, which is always a plus. Though I will probably die while biting a taco. Because I don't want these to get cold. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I was originally just going to do like 3 or 4 hours. And you can tell we're already at 5 hours and 18 minutes. That tells you how much I'm enjoying it. It's a very cathartic series. Fate in general is. It's an endless dungeon. It's mystery dungeon is the genre I'm trying to spit out as I'm slowly chewing taco. But yeah, it's a mystery dungeon with that is action RPG based. Action RPGs are the only genre you play. This is gonna be a little bit awkward. The gameplay is gonna feel normal. The gameplay is action RPG. We can pop in here to look at the stats and skills real quick for you. We just did get a level up. I forgot to take it while we were in town. I'm gonna go ahead and get some dexterity. You got your base stats as usual. Get a few points on each level up. You get some skill points from various things, including levels up. You can see that we can go into any of these up here as possible. You get a ton of them, so you can kind of mix and match. I would say first time playing through, probably go a caster, because you can go a lot less specialized with these. So you can do like attack magic, defense magic, go a bunch of magic over here with vitality, and be perfectly fine. If you do want to do a martial one, choose your weapon early and just kind of stick with it. You can do 2 weapons, but you'll probably end up giving up a little bit on magic, that kind of stuff. But it's very much your free form rather than class based. So you have that working for it, which can be jarring to some people who are used to more class based action RPGs, because most of them are that way. The other thing to remember is that it is a mystery dungeon. That means that none of the floors are going to have any story implications. They're going to have quests on them, which we have, I think, 1 quest right now on this floor. Yeah. Gimbo Tells quest. But those are mostly just for XP and reputation. And you'll go down fairly deep. And usually you'll want to just beat the boss and then do the game's equivalent of New Game Plus. Have a good one, Daladon. See you later. But yeah, you're gonna end up probably getting an error for a New Game Plus style. There's 2.1 million floors or something like that. Some ungodly number that you're never gonna reach. So you can always go deeper. The boss is usually in the kind of like, I think our current one is at what, 40? And they might have made that a fixed number for the remake. We haven't determined that yet. But in the original, it was varied. So you could have like a level 16 final boss. But it's definitely a lot more procedurally generated rather than core generated. Like Diablo, you have... Like Diablo 2, you always have a Den of Evil. You always have a mausoleum. You always have a freaking maggot layer. You have these fixed standard things. This doesn't have that. This is, you are on floor 14. This dungeon is randomly generated. You might get an ice floor one time. You might get a fire floor the next time. Kind of situation. Let's see. I am going to go with... I'm going to get shield up. Just to get those blocks in. I don't know what % chance I have to block, but some is better than none. Okay, we will clear out this. We're doing okay damage. It's what, 3 or 4 hits to kill stuff still? We're going to be taking hits, but it's better than a sharp stick in the eye.
You have sprung a trap.
And generally, I am playing this a bit on the slower kind of direction, where I am beating up everything and clearing floors. There are a lot of people who will just zip through. They'll take some fights, but it's not vital that you take every single fight. That's a pole. Oh, yeah. I thought it was a spear at first. That sucks. 9% attack bonus. We are not getting good spears. We'll just move along. We could sell some stuff to you, I guess. And yes, the money numbers get huge. Truly massive, if you will. And generally speaking, it's very much just a dopamine game. Without being a cookie clicker. And yes, I do actually play cookie clickers as well. They scratch a completely different itch. We'll fish a little bit. That's a good thing to do while eating, right? I pulled it in too late because my mouse hand was on the taco. Because I'm right-handed with the mouse and right-handed with the taco. Come on, give me loot, give me loot, give me loot. You can actually get higher level stuff from fishing than you can from killing enemies. I do know that. We failed. I do wonder if there is a way to improve our fishing chain. And yes, I take a bite of the taco every single time I cast the line. Surprised this one's taking this long. Show me the money. Ooh, Journeyman cape. Garbage. Unfortunately, that one was right as I cast. We're fishing for lunch. It's what we do. Let's try that again. I do prefer more detailed fishing games. Flawless Silverfin. Snow Stalker. That is stronger than what it is right now. So you know what? I know I said I was going to keep them bugs, but
Your pet has been transformed.
we have a stronger pet now. Oh, we failed. Anywho, we'll keep going further down. And that's one taco down. Only one left to go. But hey, you can get some decent loot from that. It's just we haven't. Period. Nothing after that. We just haven't. We have not been so lucky as to get good loot. Supposedly is a good way to do it, though. For the most part, I don't think most of the enemies here are going to be huge problems for us. We're going to do a little bit of damage. We cast heal after our fight and just continue on. What is our stat on our roach here? Strength 126, dexterity 140, vitality 148. Their stats are way better than ours. They are a bit lower level than us, but that's no big deal. Yeah, this is... I am really surprised we have been going for as long with melee. Because the enemies do like swarming and overwhelming.
The quest is completed.
So if we leave the treasure things alone, we might, maybe,
A trap has
be
been
able to
set.
do some of the item quests. Excuse me. After doing the dungeon. So we might start leaving the lootables alone. Ripped your freaking toenail most of the way off like a week and a half ago. Too much of a coward to go to the doctor and get it removed the rest of the way. Ouch. It's probably going to just die off and fall off. Just don't let it snag on anything else.
You are
And keep it clean for sure. The nail bed getting infected would suck. But I have been there. Unless you're lucky, it's just gonna fall off. But yeah, I am not a doctor and I'm not a lawyer. Just as a warning to people. Is there not a campaign or story to progress through, just dungeon after dungeon where you get a little stronger each time? Fish a little here and there for more power? Yeah. There is a story. The first game's story is very, very superficial. The second, third, and fourth game have a bit more, but it's not going to be deep lore or anything like that. You had an ingrown nail. The nail was corkscrewing into your toe, so the rip was especially vicious. Yeah. Ingrown, you definitely should go get an extraction for. And yes, I have an iron stomach, so this is not bothering me while I'm eating. Just in case anyone's curious. But I do know that that can bother some people. So I won't get into like gross details on that kind of stuff. Yeah. Roguelites are generally going to be mystery dungeon style as well. Unless they have a... We just killed ourselves with a trap because I was a dumbass and didn't watch my life. I think we'll do the heal you to full strength and transport you to a nearby level.
The choice is made.
I was a bit of an idiot and wasn't paying attention to my life. There's only so many directions my attention can go. My attention is currently... Okay, so we are on 13. We want to go down to 14. Oh no, we paid a little bit of life. And that's just what happens when you die. You can do hardcore. Die in hardcore, you gotta start all the way over. I don't mind it, just thought I'd put it out there. I am not bothered by... There are things that bother me, but generally speaking, most people are not going to find them on stream randomly. You'd have to be seeking them out. Just ask Mr. Gablin. I introduce him to horrifying things. Excuse me. I think where we died was here. It's not even like we are lacking in life. It's just I wasn't paying attention. That is how dumb I am. That's why I don't play hardcore while I'm streaming usually. I think the only game I would feel comfortable doing hardcore while streaming would probably be Diablo 2. And we already did that a few times. answering your questions. Appreciate it. Didn't know that much about the game, but seems totally worth it for $20. Yeah, it's 4 games for $20. Yes, they are older games. They are the predecessors to things like Torchlight. And you will see a lot of design overlap between the two of them. Just to be very clear, like the pet system, very similar to Torchlight 1 and 2. The dungeon system, like how it generates the dungeons, is pretty much the only thing that's going to be significantly different. And if you have any other questions, go ahead and holler at me. There is controller support, so that is a thing as well.
A trap has been sprung.
So if you need controller for, say, Stream Deck or anything like that, it supports it. I don't think it's the best implementation of controller support for an action RPG I've seen, but it's fine. It does limit some other things in the game compared to the original, such as the number of slots down here, but they're still fine. If you're like me and forget to actually look at your life, you're never going to use those slots anyway. Yeah, Fate is pretty much half the formula of how Torchlight came to be. So you go down there. You guys go in. Oh, no, we don't want that going down in there. The fact that we're running against liches now tells me that we are starting to get to higher level stuff, and I need to actually, pay attention a little bit. Especially considering they're taking off a quarter of my life per hit. So, vitality is probably going to be something we pick up fairly soon. Jesus. Yeah. Diablo 2 holds more nostalgia for me than this, but this is still a great game to play if you like action RPGs.
You feel healthy.
You heard the reason why the person who made Fate and Torchlight quit game development because he found gamers to be too toxic? Depends on which one you're talking about. Because Fate was done by Wild Tangent. I'm trying to remember. The one that was an overlap between the two would have been, I think it's Travis Baldry. I don't know if he quit game dev or not. But yes, gamers can be extremely toxic. That's one reason why I'm so grateful that most of the people who view my stuff are not that way. It's also, I avoid PvP games, so that probably helps it a little bit. Okay, you go sell items.
Your pet has departed. You are refreshed.
Full-time writer, occasional voice actor? Oh, cool. At least he is doing what he enjoys. I will never begrudge somebody getting out of an industry that is toxic for them. Time for another bite of tobacco. That was awkward. The tortilla suction cup to the top of my mouth. Okay, map-wise, I don't think we have much left to do on the map, except for a little bit of an exploration right here, which is a zombie. and then a little bit north of the downstairs. So the Schaefer brothers who got, yeah, for the Torchlight games. There's also the people at ArenaNet that have the essentially Blizzard North lineage in them. They're the ones who do Guild Wars, which is another great group of designers. No one person makes a game unless it's a solo dev game. For games like Diablo, Torchlight, Fate, etc., it is a team effort. You break up the team, it changes the whole thing. But we want to go to town.
You step into the portal.
Money! We have a quest to turn in. Let's hope we get more 15th level ones. Barbarian sword.
You have received a task.
Well met.
We'll probably take some 16s if we can't get 15s. Just as a heads up.
You're always welcome here.
It doesn't look like they really want to be friendly with us.
A fine day.
Now they're giving me all the level 14 quests. You jerks. You jerks.
Well, what can I do for you?
Fine, I will just take level 17 quests and cancel them later. Terraria meets... Trying to remember which one that is. I mean, I know the name David Brevik. That's like a household name for action RPGs, but... some reason. It lurks below. Okay.
Well, you're always welcome here.
Let me go look at it. See, yeah, that sounds very familiar. It lurks below. Yeah, that's why. The giant eyeball. I recognize that. I never actually got to play that, believe it or not. But it is very, very recognizable. Well, a game that's kind of in that side, the Metroidvania kind of vein, and roguelite that I am really liking is Noita. I still go back and revisit that from time to time. It's a good game for in-between games on here.
Step into the portal.
So we have a level 15 one and 2 level 17s. Oh, no, we have... oh, no, I don't want that one. We'll take the level 15. You wonder if David Brevik and the other Blizzard North guys have bad blood between them. Remember during a reunion panel one time someone asked him if they would ever consider getting the band back together, so to speak? It's because they all have different projects. It's not that they don't like each other, I don't think. I don't think I've heard anything about them having bad blood. It's more of an issue of... you have to realize how many people were involved in those games, how hard it would be to coordinate getting that many people to hire on to one company again, and how many of them don't necessarily want to go back to making action RPGs. Some of them have moved on to making different games. completely different kinds of projects that aren't even games, it's a whole can of worms. That, and just like with Blizzard, like South, which is the World of Warcraft and StarCraft part of Blizzard, not all of them necessarily are good people. Would you want to go work with Bobby Kotick? Even if you loved everybody else that worked at the company that you and Bobby Kotick worked at? You might not. Doesn't matter whether you get along with him or not on a personal level. He's not a good person. Even if you don't have a beef with him, you might not want to be associated with him. If that makes sense. But, yeah, and even still, I think the expectations would be kind of funky as well if they did end up getting everybody back from Blizzard North before the Vivendi dispersal. There were people from North that went to South during that as well, but even if they got everybody back, you wouldn't be able to make the same game. And generally people would be expecting something above what is reasonable to expect from just a group of game developers. That's also a reason why, like Silksong, for example, if that ever releases, people's expectations are going to be so much higher than what they could ever deliver that it's going to be a cluster for reviews. If Silksong releases and I review it, I will be reviewing it based on the opinion that, is it a good Metroidvania with Souls-like elements? Just like the original game was kind of geared around, just like they've kind of promised whenever they were talking about developing it. I'm not expecting the second coming. That's one thing that kind of bummed you about the id Software guys. The no-clip documentary for Doom 2016 painted Martin and Stanton be stand-up chill dudes, but they screwed Mick Gordon so hard. I still haven't watched that. I heard it's a really good documentary, though. It's like on my list, but so many things are on my list that I think I could start going down the list today and never sleep and still not get through the list before I'm dead. If that makes sense. It is definitely, as I've gotten older, my list has gotten too long. So now I can just roll a dice and pick. And if it lands on it, cool. Ooh, a Naga. That's not what I wanted to cast, but hey, we have a spare town portal. No-clip Doom 2016 documentary is fantastic, especially whenever it gets to the point where Hugo Martin starts to explain how they came up with the story. Yeah, Doom's story is a thing. It's wild if you stop and think about it. And the tech behind Doom, how they handle the verticality and stuff like that is really interesting. But seeing as how the map is technically a 2D map, that's always interesting. Just the technology that went into it is just craziness. I don't think people really appreciate just how advanced it was for the time for that kind of game to exist.
Will you tempt fate?
Danusha! Ta-da! We're gonna get another level up soon? Probably not.
Have sprung the trap.
A subgenre of metal, yeah. Although that can be said about a number of games, really introducing kind of like an interesting mix of genres into music. Now that I think about it. Because video game soundtracks are such a unique situation compared to even movie soundtracks. Because not only are you having to set the mood, you are reacting to an extremely variable source of experience, which is the player. So it's pretty neat. And yes, I am just clearing out the floor now. I think we've already done the quest for this one. Nope, we still need to destroy Stonecutter. Where the hell is Stonecutter? Don't tell me he didn't spawn. I see some enemies still alive. Let's go this way. There's one down there. Gotta turn the fan towards me real quick. Dark Souls 3's launch trailer having Hosiers in the woods somewhere was a combination you never thought about, but damn if it didn't fit perfectly together. I need to go watch that one again. Is it Hosier or Hoosier? I can never remember the right pronunciation for that. Stop mana draining me, you bastards. I think this is the boss up here. I think... Oh yeah, that's just our town portal. I was like, what is the blue circle? It is ours. Hello, Stonecutter. I am Stonecutter Stabber. And return to town.
You enter the portal.
I'm almost done with my taco. It'll be okay. Write a song about a monster. Sometimes you just want to write a fun song. That's a level 18. No, that's a 16th level. We'll take that
You
one.
have received a task.
I'll gladly take a 16th level one.
And you're always welcome here.
That's a 17.
A fine day.
You have
Okay.
received a task.
So we have some stuff coming in. Battle Fog increases attack rating by 100%, lowers defense rating by 25. Nope.
Welcome, friend. At these prices, it's practically steal.
Anything new? We've got a stronger spear. That might be worth growing. 11 to 60 versus 4 to 18. I mean, sorry, 4 to 18. Definitely a worth picking up there. Three shield battle skill bonus versus movement speed. I think we go with the bigger helmet. Spear skill bonus? No! Why are you tempting me? We should probably just go for it. I'm always doing my taco. Your go-to spell in this game so far has been one that grants stamina regen for 10 seconds, plus 1 second for every defensive point. That's a pretty decent one. My go-to, I think, the first time around was just spamming all the summon skills I could find. But yeah, loading screens are for loading this taco into my face. Okay, so we have 3 quests. 2 on 16s, which is fine.
You step into the portal.
We just have a handful of enemies still around. I'm not going to bother with it. We're going to keep going down. Yeah, stamina running out is irritating. I'm so glad we've kind of moved away from that. I don't mind it with action, like dodge rolls and stuff like that. But movement speed, stamina effects, I'm so glad have become kind of a thing of the past. Because they really do just slow down the tempo of so many games. You're curious about how much we can enchant in the remake. In the original, too many enchantments means it no longer shows up on the item and also stops you from enchanting further at some point.
You have completed a quest.
I don't know if we're going to reach a point where I can experiment with that. I suppose I could do it on a trash item, like get an item with a bunch of base ones and try to throw more enchants on it. That's gonna be a lot of money. We can try. Do I still think we're gonna beat the game today? I don't know. I don't think we are, actually. I think we're gonna probably get to about maybe 25, 28. You think David Breivik during a GDC or something said one time that in hindsight the stamina system was a big why though moment? Yep, he has. I have seen that interview. I know exactly which one you're talking about. But yes, the stamina was something that is a regret of Diablo 2's design. And can I blame them? No, because stamina, it's meant to give more gravitas to the combat. In reality, it just provides a disengagement point. Because you're spending more time doing nothing. There is a reason for you don't want to give your players an excuse to leave. That's one reason why a lot of things like oxygen not included is so addicting to a number of people, because you'll generally end up with several projects going at once. So you'll always have another project almost done. So you want to know what happens with that? One more project I'll leave after X is done. Oh, Y is almost done. I might as well stay until that's done. Z's almost done now. Oh, I might as well stay for that one. Yeah, to an extent, but they also gave teleport to Sorceress, which completely negates. Of course, whenever it released, you couldn't buy mana potions, so it was a bit more limited. I still remember the Iron Maiden
Sprung the trap.
frickin' Chaos Sanctuary. That made barbarians a nightmare. Whirlwind by barbarians especially. Zealots had a lot of trouble there too.
The quest is completed.
The quest is completed. Now you can farm to maximize fame in this, but we're not doing that. I forget. Is there a way to heal other than spells your pet? I think only spells. Same with Bozon and Minion Necro if you ran Blood Golem. Oh god, the old Iron Maiden Blood Golem combo was actually brutal, though. That was immortality against things like Duriel and stuff. Until they nerfed the ever-living hell out of it. Which, frankly, that is one nerf that I oddly enough agree with. Out of all of them, that is one that I agree with. Corpse Explosion was a design overlook, in my opinion. I think it's just... It sadly becomes a fulcrum of balance, which is... You don't want those. You do not want a single skill causing the balance of a class to be pivoted on it. You cannot make the summons too strong for the Necromancer in Diablo 2, otherwise you make them just straight up overpowered. You can't make Bone too strong on them, otherwise you make them overpowered, all because of Corpse Explosion. It's one of those situation cannot be rectified. They've added a fulcrum of that on the Assassin and Resurrected with the whatchamacallits. I have forgotten the name of the claws. That is gonna bother the crap out of me. Yeah, the charge ones. I can't believe I've forgotten the name of them. That is ridiculous. Magic Anvil. You know what? Gamble. Yeah, Mosaic. That's the one I was trying to remember. I'm bad with names. That's one reason why I write scripts. Magic bonus. Woo. Thing we are not using. We have a bonus to it if we use that cape.
You have sprung. You have triggered a trap.
You have sprung. You have triggered a trap. Because you sprung them too close together. I don't think we have any more quests on this floor anyway. Look at... Oh, God. We should play... There's a unicorn game on PlayStation 2 that is so awful. I'm forgetting the... It's the Last Unicorn or something like that, but it's got a whole ass long name. It's got Chapter 1. They never made a Chapter 2. It was bad enough for that, but... I have a copy of it. I could turn around and look for it. We should cover that game someday. Just to see if it's as awful as people said.
Fate smiles upon you.
Ooh, Secret of the Master. What are you guys? Attack bonus and dual wielding skill bonus. Ooh. Well, we might be going back to dual wielding. Max those out. Stabby time. Is my stabby stronger than a unicorn stab? Yes. I really am disappointed that we haven't gotten anything like, wow, strong. We've been getting decent stuff, but nothing that's just knock your socks off amazing, dude. So that is everything on level 16. We can go pick up some level 17 quests probably after clearing off this little square right here. Which shouldn't be... I don't even think there's going to be an enemy in this. It's just free money. I really am... In most modern games, this floor would hurt you. And I would be okay with this. The floor is lava. Deal with it. Okay. That's a level 19. That's a level 18. Priority to level 17 quests. That one we can actually take.
Received a task.
We don't have anything that can drop that for you, bud. Unfortunate. But it is the reality.
Yes, traveler.
Yeah, all of these are just...
A fine day.
We just can't get anything from these that are particularly useful.
It's practically stealing.
Attack magic bonus, dexterity bonus. Toothflingers. 13 magic bonus, attack bonus, movement speed bonus, magic find bonus. Of course, right after we grab a better helmet with much higher defense. That means that we can actually equip this. Which is kind of cool looking, but makes us look more like a creepy little elf than even before. How does the gameplay feel? Thinking of getting it, but the devs have an interesting history. Oh, frankly, the gameplay feels fine. I haven't run into any issues with it. I've had a couple bugs. One was the audio levels not working for the... whatchamacallit? The third game. I think that might have just been because I was swapping between games a lot. The 4 games, because it comes with 4 of them. But as far as the actual gameplay, it's been smooth. We've been playing for just over 6 hours now, which is a decent length of time. I'm playing just over 6 hours, haven't run into any crashes, any hitches, or anything like that. No visual anomalies, no roughness with the controls or anything, so it works good. Shows how much World of Warcraft's loot quality really affected RPG genre as a whole. Prior to 2005, colors for rarity were all over the place. After 2005, it's been roughly the same as how WoW does theirs. Ah. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, the gray, green... Actually, I think Diablo 2 did gray, blue, green, gold... and yellow. And then it had orange for crafted and... yeah. Can you still only accept 3 quests at a time? In the first game, yes. I haven't tried the other 3 games yet to see if they hold on to that as well. But yeah, it's very much just like the original, except with... in this one, we actually have access to all the different starting races. I haven't seen too many major differences, though. I think... should have some enemies spawned here. Just looking for things... there they are. Yeah, we're going after some enemies that spawned on this floor first. But yeah, you can only accept 3 quests. Otherwise, I don't know how you would solve the quest issue on this if you made it where you could just accept as many as you wanted. I mean, it would make sense to be able to, and I'd be fine with it, but at the same time, there is the issue of, well, then you just have 12,000 quests sitting in your thing. I would like to take them, though. That way I can have some for each floor. How are you liking the item bar? Wish they went more stylized like the OG HUD. I preferred more slots, but it's not like a game-breaking issue or anything. I haven't had any problems with it. It hasn't been a hindrance or a benefit for me. It does make it more accessible for controller players. And we tried it with control. It feels okay. Not great, not even really that good. It's just okay controller support. They did make some compromises for that said controller support, and yeah. Apparently we have 2 more Jackal Fiends on this floor, and I have no idea where they are. Let's see. Have you finished a lot yet? Is it still OP? I mean, I am currently on level 16. We've died once because I just wasn't paying attention, and we died to a trap. But I only got access to the full game, I want to say it was Monday. And today's Wednesday, so it would have been day before yesterday. In the evening. They sent me the press key in the around 11 noonish that time. I could go look and get the exact time if you really wanted. But okay, so I need to kill 2 of what's not on this floor. So we're just going to abandon that quest. Going to 17. Oh, have you fished a lot? That's my bad, sorry. As you can tell, my eyes are fatigued at this point. Most of our fishing has resulted in failure. We've gotten, I think we've fished a grand total of maybe 10 times. But we've gotten, I think, 2 fish, a crappy cape, and I think 1 other item, and the rest of them were failed fish. So, yes, you could probably still get the really good stuff, but it feels like it's going to take a while. I wouldn't be surprised if it got nerfed. But really, you don't even need to fish to beat the game, so... If they added ray tracing, God, no. I don't think any of you have been here for my... Well, actually, I know at least one person watching right now has been here for my ray tracing rant. Ray tracing, unless properly implemented, is just motion blur 2.0 and makes me violently freaking eel. Eeled, I say, eel! Squirrely eels. I feel like these older games love modern gaming as well, but kind of just love how old games and their cruder graphics just look that much more like games. Stylization. Something that a lot of bigger devs don't know how to do anymore. AA does really good at it, and Indie does really good at it. Most AAA nowadays is just, we need brown and gray. Nah, give me chunky models. Give me cartoony proportions. Give me colors and contrast and good indicators as to where shelves are. I want to experience the game, not just... Oh, hi. Oh, I thought you were a weird thing. You're just an enemy that didn't see me because there was a shrine in the way. Tempt fate.
Will you fate has favored you.
Think we're getting really lucky with those shrines of learning. We done good learning, boss.
You have sprung the trap.
Oh, Lord. Oh, and we even have a magic anvil here. Do we tempt fate again? What do we want to tempt fate with? You know what? I'm going to tempt fate with my boots.
Fate has favored you.
Got some socketed boots. There we go. Use check out Zombieville USA 3D just came out too. Really great upgrade from the OG 2D side-scrolling pass. Cool. Final Fantasy 16 or body camera, what they all look good and fidelity of them is so good, but there's just something about goofy, cartoonish looking graphics. Yeah. For me, unfortunately, ray tracing really is a problem for me. I love the way it looks, but an actual practical application, a lot of the implementations, at least in Unreal Engine, I can't speak for Unity because I haven't really tested it too much with Unity games. But with Unreal Engine 5, whenever the shadows, like, I'm going to zoom in really close. You see how this is just kind of like a foggy shadow? You can see the cast from the spear and it's just kind of blurry. It's just a mask. It's not ray traced. It's just, yeah. On ray tracing, instead of this blurry edge that's just kind of out of focus, you end up with a dithering effect where the rays are finding little pinpoints, and as things are moving quickly, you end up just getting this kind of weird echo on everything. I posted one from Avowed, and I posted it in the video about Eternal Strands. It's a technical issue that bites me in the ass. You want a game to look like a game? Yeah, Zombieville USA 3D. I'll go look. That one does not seem familiar. I will let our little pet do the fighting there. You're supposed to save me, pet. I can see what he's doing. Oh, that's nice and chunky. For some reason, that seems like it's almost infringing on Plants vs. Zombies. It's not ghosting, but kind of in the same vein, I guess you could. Motion blur is a specific thing where it has kind of an echo after it. It's not just ghosting is whenever your monitor is not keeping up with it, but it is an intentional thing to make it seem like things are, oh, this is moving quick. Here's some motion blur to make it seem fast. You can do it with animation just fine. Cell animation with the streaks and stuff is actually really good, but digital blur, motion blur is whenever they intentionally add it to it, not just a technical issue. It's usually used to hide certain things as well. But the thing is, with simulator sickness, that kind of stuff can make things way worse. Yeah, I like all different styles of games. I like hyperrealism. I like derpism as well. I play some ugly games that are a ton of fun. So, I'm not opposed to giving up aesthetics for really good gameplay. Your biggest visual issue with modern games is AA, which is anti-aliasing. They don't implement it well. Everything for you on your 1440p just ends up looking like it's had a layer of Vaseline smeared over it. That sucks. I haven't had too many problems with anti-aliasing. But I do, whenever I am trying to get fidelity out of something, I will go in there and get nitpicky about my stuff. And we might not have... Oh, it can go to floor 26 or above. Yeah, we're fine.
You step into the portal.
I do think that I am getting a little bit on the tired side. I will think about doing another stream of this tomorrow.
A fine day.
I still need to finish Pillars of Eternity. Go and grab ourselves some quests before we do this. It's level 18. What floor are we on? We're on 16, aren't we? Or are we on 17? We're on 17, so 18 is good. Oh, Monster Hunter Wilds, I haven't gotten to play.
You have received
But it wouldn't surprise me if it caused me all kinds of issues. There is something weird going on with Unreal Engine 5.5 as well that's actually causing problems for a lot of people.
Well, what can I do for you?
You have received a task.
Can we get one more level 18? The level 17? Nope.
Well met.
That's a level 17 as well, so that sucks. Went from R9 280 3 gig to AMD Radeon RX 7800, so more modern games are really interesting. I am like a generation behind you on the video card, but yeah. You have the Vaseline effect on a lot of games, though, and it's hard to describe because it won't show up in a compressed screenshot. It could. There's a few different types of anti-aliasing. I would probably go through and try out some of the other ones or turn down the multiplier. A lot of games, thankfully, not all of them, unfortunately, but there's a number of games that will actually let you turn off anti-aliasing, which is one thing that I will sometimes do if it's bothering me. Black Ops 3 Zombies. Nice. Let's see. We have gotten through 17 levels of Fate in one day, while I've been very easily distracted by stuff. Let me see what people be doing. They've rated me out to like random people, so I can't really talk there. Let us go. For those of you on the YouTube end, I can't raid you out to people, but for those of you on Twitch, I can. Who do I want to raid? I will raid. Oh, we've been talking about retro games. If they're actually just starting or just ending. I'll send you off to another retro game. Be nice. You were able to get Hogwarts chugging on. I haven't played Hogwarts either. Yeah, this is from the predecessor to Torchlight, by the way. This essentially is one of the two predecessors to it. It's one of the developers that made this went on to lead development in Torchlight. And I will see you guys next time. Bye!